Are we live, man? I think we are live. Yes, we are. So, let's get right into it, man. Let's get right into it. I gotta always double check to make sure that I'm coming in clear. Am I coming in clear, mother? You dig? Hope everybody had a glorious week. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Hope you guys learned something new, something that'll enrich your life, something that'll enrich yourself. You dig? We gonna see. We gonna definitely see. So we gotta make sure that we coming in clear. It sounds like we coming in clear. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Another episode of Hotep History Live with your host, President Hotep Dubes. Happy to report that we gonna keep doing this in major ways. Been talking to some people in the back channels and stuff like that, and some great things are coming down the pike, man. I'm not gonna spoil it. One of the things that I like to do is to keep the announcements, vague, because I don't want to ruin anything. But I am confident in my ability to get things done. That's the reason why I did give y'all a little bit of an announcement when it came to episode 5 of Hotep History, just because I was super excited about that. I still am too. You dig what I'm saying? But dope stuff is coming down when it comes to Hotep History. We got a lot of stuff that we as a community we're going to be doing. Of course, the Hotep History Book Club. We're doing our second book, Booker T. Washington, Working with the Hands. So we're going to be diving into that book shortly. The first time around was pretty rudimentary. We went through a nice short book, Color, Communism, and Common Sense by Manning Johnson. It's a great read, short read, right straight to the point. But I do want to do a little bit more. I want to have discussions. We had a discussion on Spaces, and I think it went really well. But I also want to create questions that you guys can answer, polls that you guys can vote on and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that you can do on Patreon. And so just infusing all of that stuff in the next book, in the book club, is something that I'm working on right now. So, look out for that. But the title of today's episode is Stop Being Anti-Ancestor. And chat, and I know, when it comes to the histories that we go over here, it's largely positive. You know what I'm saying? We like to highlight our greats. We like to highlight people that went unsung after the decades that they lived in. We make sure that we inspire, educate, motivate first and foremost, right? And when it comes down to a lot of the mainstream ways of history, I bang on that type of stuff all of the time. And too many times have people conceptualize the ancestors in a way that doesn't really truly speak to who they were as people. And one of the reasons why is because not enough people actually got their information directly from their ancestors. Y'all think, or not y'all, but a lot of people think I talk about primary sources just to like flex or brag that I, read particular sources. One, yeah, that's half true. I 100% brag on the fact that I'm getting this information directly from the ancestors. But two, it's because too many of our ancestors' thoughts, too many of their behaviors, too many of the things that they actually achieved and done has been misconstrued, misinterpreted, and misunderstood when put through the lens of people who don't really understand not only you or me, but their ancestors as well. And it's not necessarily a race thing either, though it has a component in it. A lot of the people that are black that misconstrue their ancestors are coming from white institutions who don't have the same type of reverence for Black America as you or I do. So even through that, there is a racial component there. But, I don't absolve people's behavior based upon another race's behavior. And we're going to get into that, too, because this is where a lot of this stuff comes from. So when you guys are, hearing me go on these rants and stuff like that, it's because I truly think that it's an insult. I 100% believe that you, as a, contemporary Black American in the 21st century, going out of your way sometimes to misconstrue their ancestors is absolutely unacceptable. And it's 100% disrespectful. It's an insult. They did not do all of these things for you in the comfort of the rights and freedoms that they fought for you on, so you could, be where you are today, to sit back and minimize and reduce their works to something that you could, in your mind, take or leave. So when it comes down to the achievements, that doesn't get highlighted at all whatsoever. All of the landowners, all of the business owners, all of the town leaders, all of the very early politicians, all of the professionals, all of these people who did amazing things while they were alive, they don't get talked about unless they fit your agenda. And then on the other side of that, when it comes down to highlighting, all of the terrible or tragic atrocities that Black Americans went through, y'all highlight it in such a way that makes it almost synonymous with what being Black is. And you'll see that happen and pop up in different intellectual and academic conversations, where the Black American experience, when they're referencing the quote unquote Black American experience, they're talking about the hardships. They're talking about racial profiling. They're talking about discrimination. They're talking about racism. They're talking about not being hired because of your race. They're talking about being harassed based on your race. That is what they consider the Black American experience. And all of these decades, for the past 60 years, these people, contemporary in their time and in our time, have been framing what it means to be a Black American. And it's 100% associated with being in the dredges of society and staying there. And anytime that you'll have a concerted effort for actual progress or advancement from real industrious, professional, and commercial people, it's framed as them placating to the white American system, or that they're, kowtowing to white people. We got into the conversation about respectability politics. There was this tweet that I seen. I bookmarked it just so y'all know I'm not tripping. And I was like, ain't no way like this is a real thing. Ain't no way this is, how people truly believe. But these be the thought leaders or whatnot when it comes to Black America. Read this. Being civilized is a white supremacist construct. Now, the debates that followed in the comments, as you can see, we talking about almost 3,000 replies. So I'm pretty sure they cooked them up. But I don't really care about the comments because I have my own. These are the types of things that I am talking about. They make all of the things that Black Americans have participated in as some type of conspiracy of white supremacy to make the Black American own a business, or to make a Black American be civil, to make a Black American, polite and all this other stuff. Like, they all reduce it to some type of like master control, some puppet master that's making Black Americans behave this way. And that's the issue that I have with the framing, because what it does now, it just shows, at least in these people's eyes, that without white people, Black people wouldn't have done any of these things. And I don't know if these people are like fantasizing about a time, or romanticizing about a time where people just walked around with like loincloths and like just was hunting and gathering, or whatever it is, like just living off the land and not being able to establish anything or whatever. I don't know if that's what it is. But when it starts to like turn into like, the fact that these Black Americans are behaving this particular way is only because white people made them behave this way, you are now essentially saying that the white man is God. And people don't understand this stuff. See, One of the major things that I have an issue with when it comes to the Black American zeitgeist is that accountability amongst us is now being associated with hating yourself or hating black people. You calling out bad behavior or bad ways of thinking within your own race and within your own culture now has been synonymous with being anti your people and not being pro your people. So I had a conversation with my brother Rashad on his spaces a few days ago, and the conversation basically was about the relationship between the gangsters, the rappers, and the non-black YouTubers and content creators that profit off of these dudes' buffoonery, right? All of the degenerate things that they get into, rap about, exploit, promote, and all this other stuff. It's him, my man. He was basically saying that it's worse that non-black people get to make money off of this stuff. That they can exploit was the words that he used. Exploit the fact that these guys are willing to, commit crime or willing to brag about committing crime. You dig what I'm saying? Make sure my mic is not too loud. Bragging about all of this stuff. You dig what I'm saying? And that's the white person that's profiting off of this, based upon interviews, putting them on the platforms and all this other stuff and running the views up. The white man is worse in that equation. And my entire argument against that is that the reason why you guys feel that the white man doing it is worse is because you hold the white man to a higher standard and hold them in a higher regard than you do black people. And what always happens is when you're calling out bad behavior, it's absolved by saying, well, white supremacy made them do it. And that's my biggest issue. I am not naive to think that, America, as far as the government, the founding and all that other stuff, is a quote unquote white country. But you know how much I know about how integral black Americans were since the founding, centuries before the founding of the United States of America. So I don't have a chip on my shoulder based upon that. White men created the country. It's nothing controversial about saying that. However, within this country, black Americans have done amazing things. And I truly believe without the contributions of black Americans, the United States of America wouldn't even look nearly the way it does, now. Now, of course, you'll have a bunch of snarky pro-white dudes talk about all of the crime and all of these inner city ghettos and stuff like that. But I'm talking about like Onesimus. Onesimus literally saved the entire city of Boston by introducing inoculation against the smallpox disease. In 1721, a black man did that. Who knows what would have happened if that black man's knowledge didn't reach Boston? This is smallpox we're talking about here. We're not talking about the common cold. We're not talking about a headache here or a migraine. We're talking about smallpox. And a black man introduced inoculation to these people in Boston. So again, when we're talking about the fiber, the tapestry of American history, black Americans are there from day one. So the founding fathers are the founding fathers. I don't have to make up the fact, like a story about how the founding fathers are actually black and all of that. I don't have to do that. But I know what the ancestors were contributing to this land since inception. So I have absolutely no reason to be insecure about that, even if a good chunk of that history has to do with the enslavement of the ancestors. Because once you actually learn about all of these things, you'll learn about the gruesomeness of it. You'll learn about the brutality of it. You'll learn about all of that other stuff, but you 100% owe it to yourself to learn about the advancements, to learn about the contributions that even slaves brought into this world. Because Onesimus was a slave. Onesimus wasn't a free black man. He was a slave, and he still introduced inoculation into the United States. So I don't have that chip on my shoulder historically when it comes to their ancestors. I'm proud that my ancestors had the perseverance, the resilience, the bravery, the strength to make it through generations of this, make it out of it, build all of the things that they built, most of them at the time being illiterate, and still were able to do amazing things. Benjamin Banneker mapped out Washington, D.C. and invented the first clock in America. A black man did that. So again, there's too much. It's too much history for me to be walking around with my head hanging based upon racism. When you actually study the ancestors, you'll hear the racism. But I promise you, read from them, not what somebody else says they said, but read directly from them, and they'll tell you exactly what was going on with them. Did they hate slavery? Absolutely. Did they hate racism and all of that? Absolutely. Who would like it? But to think that they was walking around all day, every day, worried about white people and racism is just a product of you getting your history from white people. And I tell people to think about it, like, who else but a white person would censor white people in Black American history? Name me one individual black person that will censor a white person in their own autobiography. Just one individual. One person. Name me one person who from the start of their book to the end of their book just keeps talking about his or her reaction to racism and what racism did, how racism affected them, and all of the things being surrounded by white people and how they were treating them. Just one person. We know racism exists today. Would you do that in your autobiography? Will you censor somebody else or something else other than yourself in your own narrative, in your own history? No. Now, if somebody else, maybe a white person, was commissioned to write about your story, they'll be more inclined to do so because they can only speak from their perspective. It only makes sense. That is the reason why you guys are anti-ancestor, because largely the people who wrote this history and put it in these textbooks, these McGraw-Hill textbooks that we all grew up reading K through 12 in public school, were written by white people. They were written by people who did not understand your ancestors whatsoever and interpreted these behaviors based upon their worldview. So obviously everything in their POV is going to be in reaction to the white ancestors that they have. That's how they're writing these stories. They're writing them through the lenses of the ancestors that they come from. And that is the reason why the ancestors who did write their own books, history and otherwise, in the prefaces and the introductions of their books, they knew how important it was, how imperative it was for this message to get to the black babies. I can't remember the title right now, but it's a black history book that was written in the 19th century. And in the preface, he basically said, the reason why I'm writing this book is because white people won't. They're going to omit these stories. They're not going to highlight them. It is our job to tell these stories so they can last and be able to forge all of the inspiration, motivation, and education that they need to take not only what we did and do it, but take it even further. They knew this in the 1800s, that you couldn't rely on somebody else to tell your history. That don't make no sense, especially from lineages of people who had no problem enslaving these people. So you walk around by default with a white perspective of your own ancestors. And it doesn't even have to just be white, a non-black American perspective of your black American ancestors. And that is the reason why, going back to the conversation I had with Rashad, when y'all start talking about the late 19th century, the early 20th century, you take away so much autonomy and agency from your ancestors by default that too many things don't even compute to you. When I'm in these archives and I'm reading all of these different stories, I posted it just the other night. There was a story of a woman We can go to my profile because I know it's there. Whose husband fought in World War II. This was crazy. He fought in World War II. So let's paint the scene. Let's set the scene. Let's read the article first, and then we'll get to whatever I wrote. So this woman is writing into one of them advice columns and all of that stuff. You feel me? And she's asking for advice. So here it goes. She says, while my husband was in service, I took it on myself to buy a home for us. We have 3 children. My oldest is not his. Now, since he has been discharged, he seems to think I should give him the house. He's a silly man and is just plain dumb and gets on my nerves. Please tell me what to do. Now, of course, the guy gives the advice and tell her, the holdings of the husband and the wife should be considered joint property. If it would soothe his feelings any, have his name put on the deed along with your own, blah, 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 compromise. But this is what I'm talking about when it comes to autonomy and agency. Because this woman took it upon herself to take the money that this man saved up while he was away at war to buy a home. You dig what I'm saying? Behind his back, whatever. And then once he gets back from fighting, gets back from Europe, from fighting for your freedom and our freedom, his wife is like, yo, son wants the house. He wants the house in his name. He wants to own the house. He's dumb. He gets on my nerves. Like, this is the way people are talking. This is 1946. But you have a framing of the ancestors that they would never do something like this. I tell the story. I actually just told it on another conversation that I had. Talking about agency and autonomy. About this slave couple. They were married, right? The husband buys his wife's freedom, or at least has the money to buy her freedom. He buys his freedom, and he has his manumission papers. Like, he has his, freedom papers, right? Apparently, his wife had a side dude that was still enslaved, which is, again, if we want to talk about autonomy and agency, a slave having a side dude is crazy. You take what I'm saying? However, the lady takes her husband's his freedom papers and gives it to her side dude. And they planned on escaping together. Now, they get caught and they arrest the husband as well because they thought he was in on it. So all 3 of them are arrested. So he took the money that he was going to use to buy his wife's freedom and used it for his lawyer fees, or he already had bought her freedom and sold her back into slavery to be able to pay for his lawyer fees. Like, this is the stuff that's actually happening on the ground. These are the stories that you won't hear about because these are the stories that don't get told to you, because the entire point or the entire narrative is to make sure that you think that all of your ancestors were a bunch of drones. That's what they want you to believe. They want you to believe that your ancestors were a bunch of drones who didn't do anything that they weren't told to do. They had absolutely no ambition, no plans, no foresight, no forward thinking whatsoever. It's whatever the day brought. And if the white man didn't say jump, they wasn't getting off their feet. That's how they frame it. So going back to the conversation I had with my bro Rashad, he says that it's worse that, Adam 22 or Trap Law Ross or any of these other white guys or whatever who talk about the crime and the degeneracy going on in these inner cities. They're worse than the people, doing it. Now, I'm not going to misinterpret or misrepresent my man Rashad. We both agree as decent people that this shouldn't be happening. But he also allows space for the crime to be a reality, which is fine. That's dealing in realism. Crime is going to happen. He's absolutely right in that. However, what shouldn't happen is civilians praising the criminals for committing crime and associating black culture with crime. Because what happens is when you do that and people take notice, because hip hop is the biggest genre in the world, you now can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You've said this is the type of shit that we respect. This is the type of shit that we think is hot. And that's cool. However, you also have to take the negative side that comes along with that. So, which means, well, in your view, negative, right? I think it's negative too, but it is what it is. Adam 22 and Trap Lord Ross and all of these non-black people getting in on it on the content creation side is a byproduct of it already happening. And when you actually are in tune with a lot of what these young dumb criminals are doing, you'll see that they are 100% understanding that what they're doing is wrong and it's a terror to the community. In their mind, they're just terrorizing each other. Whatever, factions or crews or gangs or whatever that have issues with each other, they're only worried about terrorizing each other. But when somebody dies, and they often do, the first thing that they'll do, the people that have suffered the loss will hop on Instagram with dead roses emojis and heartbreak emojis and dove emojis and saying, yo, I miss you, twin, and all of this other shit. So they understand pain and loss. And then the people that perpetrated the crime are on their side of IG talking about, yeah, we up one, Then you have Instagram pages that are quote unquote scorecards and scorekeepers who are literally tallying the deaths between these crews. There's an entire, I don't know if y'all know this, but there's an entire ecosystem online strictly and explicitly dedicated to making sure that not only the people that are doing it in the street are recording it and reporting it, but fans of each of these people, they have fans, okay? Their music is terrible. Like, their music is just melodic indictments. That's it. It's just indictments on wax. But their fans are quote unquote enjoying this, and they're typing in about who's the most gangster, who got the most bodies, who, how this person died, and they need to get back for the last thing, and all of this other stuff. And there's an entire ecosystem that they've created. These dudes, I remember I was watching a clip. It's like 3 young dudes out of Philly. Nobody in that could have been older than 25. They all had to be from the ranges of like 17 to maybe like 22, something like that. Super young. And they are literally bragging about murders and all types of stuff on IG Live. And there's 1,200 people watching them on live. 1,200 people watching, just listening to these dudes indict themselves essentially and bragging about the crimes they are committing in real time. A lot of these dudes will get on live after they've committed a murder and subtly imply or suggest that they just committed a murder. Like, it's insane. Like, the way that this works because of the internet, how fast it works, the person who just did the shooting will let the world know that somebody died before the cops even get there. Before the ambulance or the hospital pronounces anybody dead, these dudes who just did it will hop online and tell you that, yo, go pick son up. Check on your homie. Like, they will troll these people and be like, yo, go call your homie and see how he feeling. Like, I'm watching this and I'm like, yo, this is what they're actually doing. And then you'll have people who will empathize with this and say, yo, they don't know no better. This is all they know. And I say to that's absolute bullshit. I call bullshit on that. And the reason why I call bullshit on that is because most people who live in these same neighborhoods are not criminals. They're not. How is it, if we're going to use this logic that they didn't know no better, how is it that 90+% of this neighborhood who doesn't commit crime knows better, but they don't? Yeah, you can tell me about the parenting in the household, because everything starts in the home, for sure. Don't get me wrong, everything starts in the home. But to think that there aren't people, places, and things in these people's neighborhood that lets them know what they're doing is wrong, you are out of your mind. That's the whole point. So when y'all over here empathizing for these dudes, understand They're getting locked up and still committing crime. They are proud of this. You have to know that it wouldn't be anything to be proud of if it wasn't illegal. That is the entire allure of it, is that we're going against the law. We're going against society. These people are not happening upon guns and drugs in a way to where it's like, oh, this is totally, otherworldly to me. I don't even know what I'm doing. A shiesty just magically appeared in my bedroom and I put it on one day. Like, no, they're actively seeking this lifestyle out in lieu of doing other things. So I'm listening to a particular podcast, and we'll go back to the conversation I had with Rashad, but I'm listening to a particular podcast, and there's this older gangster. He went through it all, been through it all, and was able to tell the story. And one of the things that he said, and I'm pretty sure he just said it just off the cuff just because that's how casual it is. He was like, yo, I grew up in the South Bronx. And it's like, during that time, he was talking about the 80s. During that time, you had to be a little gangster. That's what he said. Like, to survive. And I heard that, and I'm like, okay, that's true. Heavy crime era, heavy crime area. You got to at least be street smart. But to think that you needed to be some form of criminal to survive in this place, I reject that. Because there was bus drivers that lived in this neighborhood. There was postmen. There were nurses and doctors. There were people who work everyday jobs, who are decent people that worked and went to church and paid taxes and took care of their kids. So again, to try to separate the choices being made from the individuals making those choices, again, it's just a remanifestation of the lack of autonomy and a lack of agency that you give Black Americans. And that's based upon the way you have been taught about our history. So my man Val has an amazing podcast series. Okay, it's called Infamy. Check it out. That's my guy. We're actually going to be doing it. I'm be interviewing him soon because I want to, have a conversation with him about this. But he has a story of Frank Matthews. Frank Matthews is a notorious, drug dealer from the 80s, right? And Frank Matthews actually disappeared off the face of the earth. He's one of the only ones who didn't die or go to jail. And Frank Matthews grew up in Durham during a time where it was predominantly Black, and everything in his vicinity was Black owned. Doctors, lawyers, dentists, shop owners, churches, schools, you name it, it's all Black owned. This is the environment that Frank Matthews grew up in the South, right? Everything is Black. So this is one of the most notorious. He grew up in an area where everything was Black owned, and he still chose to commit crime. Back then, it was petty crime because he was a kid. He would steal chickens and then, resell them. It's a great story. I should go check out the whole, story. Infamy by my man Val. Available on all podcast apps. But again, when I'm hearing these stories, and that's the reason why I appreciate it, because Val centers the actual person or the people that he's talking about, and putting everything on them and the decisions that they are making in real time. So while these men were able to make ones, tens, hundreds of millions of dollars off of the drug trade, the trade-off on that is the dilapidated areas that you see. The furthering of addiction in the community. These are choices being made. One of the long-standing, myths that has been permeating through Black American culture is that the government out of nowhere just started dropping guns and drugs into the community. And that's not what happened. Now, I know you can just say, oh, well, that's just the government investigating itself and they're going to always come up with no wrongdoing. Sure, I'll give you that. We can't all the way prove it, but I don't trust my government at all. So 100% is always going to be a possibility, even without the, what Samuel Jackson says, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. That's so for sure. However, we're also not going to absolve the Black men and women who bought these kilos of cocaine and heroin into the Black American community. They were 100% buying drugs from wholesalers at good prices and was able to enrich themselves off of the backs of their community becoming addicted to this drug. And I think it's crazy that we will look past the drug fiend, we'll look past the drug dealer, we'll look past the plug, we'll look past the connect, and then immediately go to the government. Now, what I hold the government accountable is that they improperly police these communities. They turn the other cheek because of the Contra war and Nicaraguans being able to push cocaine into the United States and all that other stuff, looking the other way. I 100% hold them accountable in that regard. But yo, you're not going to sit here and tell me that the drug dealers are absolved because of that. Absolutely not. We all have choices out here. And for all of the people, if we got this small demographic of people who even wanted to commit crime, why we can't hold them accountable when everybody else made the decision not to? And this goes to another video that I saw that I thought was super dope. Let's go here. We're going to get to Talent in just a minute. That's my guy. Shout out to him. Where is it? Is it in my likes? It's probably in my likes. Hold on. Gotta go to my likes. But this was a super dope video, man. I appreciate him for saying this. I promise you, bro.
Friends that didn't choose the streets, try to make sure, like, my friends that didn't choose the streets, the ones that we consider to be squares, like, I always try to make sure I tell them how proud of them I am, because they the strong ones, they the tough guys, they the ones who didn't break. Most of us broke early in life, man. We fell to the pressure, we fell to the temptation, and they came outside the same hood and walked past the same temptation, all the shit that's going on, the peer pressure, and they stayed focused. They ain't let that shit break them. All the girls calling them lames, not wanting to give them no pussy, because they considered to be a square and corny and all that shit, and they still stayed on course. They didn't break. Then you got us that going in and out of jail, and we come home, and motherfuckers praise us like we did something so good. Like, oh, what you did? Oh, because you ain't tell? Like, oh, yeah, because you was so ignorant. You was ignorant on a high level. We rewarding you, huh? They go some clothes and some money in your pocket. Welcome home. But homie who just did 4 years in college, we ain't got shit for him. And I'm talking about me. Because it's dudes that went to college, came back and seen me, and I ain't have nothing for them. Yo, what's up, yo? I'm proud of you, bro. But my man who come home from jail, niggas trying to figure out how to scramble up some money to get him some outfits and all this shit, man. Straight ass backwards shit. And the ones who we consider to be the squares is the ones that always show up in the end. Those is the real friends. The square ones is the ones that always come and show up in the end and hold you down. They deserve their flowers. They are the real ones, man.
Yeah. So this is, again, the generation of men who did all of that stuff, who got busy in the street. Every last one of them is going to tell you the same thing. Every last one of them. Yo, shorty, don't get into this. It's going to end up one or two ways. You know that. We've always known this. And even when the dudes who make it out, they say things like this, like, yo, the dude who was able to walk past all of that and not succumb to it is actually the strong ones. So now I'm not sitting here saying that these certain people are beyond, redemption. However, you still got to understand, you dig what I'm saying? The consequences of your actions. You have to. And what people do when it comes to Black America is that they take away that autonomy and that agency, because at the end of the day, the white man ice is colder. The white man should be held to a higher standard. That's how they view it. You know what I'm saying? Son, SJM says they put us in poverty purposely. And when wild dogs can't find food, they eat each other. So that's the thing, bro. That's the thing. That's not what's happening. Now, yeah, as far as like, there's so much that goes into that. You know what I'm saying? Like, creating of the ghettos and all of that, for sure. I get what you're saying, like race covenants and different restrictive housing and all of that. I do think that there's always proper responses to it, but history's history. So yeah, for sure, creating the ghettos. But to think that it was so bad that this area like needed drugs and shit like that, like no, I'm not jacking that. That's not what was needed. That was something in pursuit of profit. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes down to choices, you can't absolve people of the choices that they make, no matter what. You can't. For the same reason why we talk about how, as far as the ghetto is concerned, it's only a small fraction of people that actually get into the degeneracy. So those people are making a choice, even within poverty, to not be violent criminals. It is not something that needs to happen. You dig what I'm saying? And I need y'all to pay attention to what I'm saying. I need y'all to pay attention to what I'm saying, because what happens is every single time bad behavior gets brought up, you'll have people defending it. And I'm not. You're never going to see me defend it. Black American crime, violent crime, is wrong and avoidable and preventable and should be stopped. We gotta stop. We gotta stop making these excuses, yo. We're not gonna keep saying poverty is the reason. We're not. When most of the people who are living in these same situations are not shooting and killing, robbing and stealing, we're not gonna keep doing this. Because what you are doing when you make these arguments, you're making criminality synonymous with being Black American. That is what you are doing. And I'm not with it. If 90+% of the people that live in these areas of high poverty can wake up and go to sleep every day without committing a crime, so can they. This is not anything other than societal pressures from the people pushing you into a life of crime. Criminals recruiting more criminals. That is it. There's not a single child that wakes up wanting to commit crime. There's not a single child that's born and no matter what living conditions wants to commit crime. That's just how it goes. Because what happens is they'll say things like, you'll have a scenario where somebody, is stealing out of desperation. Okay. When does that turn into armed robbery? When does somebody who's hungry steals a loaf of bread or steals canned food or whatever so they can actually eat turns into them raising a gun to shoot somebody, raising a gun to rob somebody for their riches or their possessions? We got to stop making the excuses, fam. Those dudes sold all of that coke because they got rich off of it. At what point do you stop starving? Your first $1 million? Your first $20 million? These dudes had drug empires, fam. We talking about even for adjusted for inflation. Some of these dudes was almost cracking $1 billion, son. And you want me to have empathy for them? I can understand them all day, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to sit here and act like this was a righteous choice to make because they grew up in poverty. I'm not doing that. No, it was a pursuit of profit. When I was doing my little 1-2 in the street, I wasn't sitting here like, my back is up against the wall and all of this, my ribs is touching. Nah. Saw them dudes making money and I wanted to make money. It was a pursuit of profit. And the way they portrayed it to me was that it was easier than working at a 9-to-5, like everybody else does in my neighborhood. No way. It was opportunity. That's it. It was opportunity. You got a bunch of drugs coming into this country for the cheap, and you got dudes who have been selling drugs, buying more drugs and selling it. And then you learn how to cook coke in the crack, and now you're making even more money. That's all it was. That's all it was. I know we can, you know, look at Snowfall and how Reed was and all that other stuff. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there was some type of something like that, but I haven't seen it. I'm just not taking it off the table. It's believable. It's plausible for sure. And if I were to see, you know, information on that, then I 100% believe it. But to think that that was a one person thing, like there was, even if it was a drug deal between a CIA agent and a nigga in the hood, the nigga in the hood is still doing it. The nigga in the hood is still doing it. So again, you got to be able to take responsibility on that end. And even if you don't take, you personally, because you didn't sell no drugs or whatever, you should still be on the side of the people that are against it. That's what I don't get, is when I got people, and this is something that bugs me out. Like, I'm a decent person, I believe. I don't commit any crimes or anything like that. You know, I don't go out of my way to harm anybody. I stay out the way. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of arguing with other people like me who are defending the people who are ruining the community. I'm not talking about the misunderstood youth who can't focus in school and all of that, so he needs a mentor. I am talking about young men and women who are going out of their way to terrorize where they live based upon whatever beef or whatever they got going on in their life. These are choices that they're making every day and every night. They want to do these things. And it's not until they get shot, go to prison, or have something traumatic happen to them to where they want to stop. Now when you on the run for murder and you know the walls is closing in on you, now it's time to give your life to God. Now it's time to be, you know, this motivational speaker online being like, yo, y'all got to stay away and all of that. And it's cool, yo. Sometimes you got to get spanked to really realize what you're doing out here. But that doesn't negate what you did. And that's all I'm saying. We need to get back to a time where we actually had shame. Too much of the degeneracy, too much of the bullshit is being lauded by people who don't even engage in this activity. I just seen a video, I think, of Sky Jackson, a Disney star, jamming to some super gangster drill shit. It's just like, yo, son, it's all entertainment. It's fine. But son, at the end of the day, you have to understand that these behaviors are a detriment, are a net negative, son. They are a net negative. But going back, say all of that to go back to what I was saying, son. All of that activity and our response to that activity is anti-ancestor. Anti-ancestor all of the way. The ancestors, when they called out the drug pushers in the 30s and because drugs been being pushed in in the community, you know what I'm saying, since the early 20th century. I hope y'all know that. Started with the French Connection in the 1930s. They was pushing heroin through like Lisbon and then making it over here to the United States since the 30s. You dig what I'm saying? So when it came down to me reading these newspapers talking about the drug pushers, they want them locked the hell up. There was a story that I read where black hospital employees was getting arrested and questioned because they was selling drugs in the hospital. Getting drugs from the hospital, selling them and shit like that. Like, again, autonomy and agency probably didn't even think about this as it pertains to the ancestors in the early 20th century. But yeah, we had drug dealers. Now, they wasn't your fat cats and your Alpos and your Rich Porters and all of that, but they was moving and shaking in the early 20th century. And in the articles, they wanted these people locked up. Get these people off of the streets. They were shaming. They were shaming these behaviors. They weren't proud of them. And then, because of that, drug dealers and criminals had more shame. Funny enough. They wasn't these young dudes out here on IG Live bragging about the crimes that they committing. No. When they see upstanding people in the community, these dudes ain't proud of what they do. That's why they were giving back to the community and all of that. It was out of shame. I know it's portrayed in the movies and the TV shows and all of that like it's just them giving back to the community because, you know, of the kindness of their own heart. But them niggas felt shame. Them old ladies that watched that man grow up into a drug dealer, they were ashamed of him. They weren't proud of him. So you can carry as many groceries, pay for as many groceries as you want. Thank you. But you know that's not, you doing that as a pittance. You doing that as a way to repent. Because you know you wrong. And the more and more as time passed, the crime steadied or grew and shame dwindled away. Every generation after that was more and more emboldened. And that's why you saw more and more people getting addicted, more and more people dying. You got the police doing what the police always going to do. Getting involved, selling and confiscating drugs and reselling them on the streets. I remember I was reading a story where this sheriff department, I forgot what state it was literally cooking crack because they wanted to arrest more people. So they started taking the cocaine out of the evidence room, cooking it into crack, and then selling it in the street so they can arrest the people that they sold it to. Insane. So don't get me, trust me, don't get me wrong. I understand about the over policing and all of that. But again, son, I hold everybody accountable. The corrupt police, whatever the judges was on, the state government, the mayor, the governor, however they responded, and whatever, incorrect procedures that they took that made things worse, holding them accountable too. But to think that because all of these other external parties or third and fourth parties were involved, that I'm not supposed to focus on the people that were doing it in the hood to other black people is insane. You're out of your mind. That's what the ancestors did. Like, the ancestors didn't, absolve them. That's the reason why. Yeah. Pay for that. Build this. Put your money in this. You goddamn right. It's the least you can do. I think the only thing that I really jack, as far as the underworld goes, historically, is the numbers game. I don't have a problem with that. Numbers game helped a lot of people. And as you can see, it was co-opted by the United States government by creating the lottery. That was the first iteration of what the lottery is. Innovative. They criminalized it and then turned it into a multi-billion-dollar industry in this country. But that's where the lottery even comes from. The numbers game. It was created by black Americans. Made big. You dig what I'm saying? You had better odds of winning. It was cool. Now, don't get me wrong. I've read plenty of stories during this time too where husbands were gambling away their paychecks. You dig what I'm saying? Like, they would they would play the numbers before they paid their bills. And that definitely contributed to, a lot of bad financial decisions and all of that. And we all know that gambling can absolutely become an addiction, for sure. However, because of all of the different structures that we have and establishments that we have that allow for gambling, and how that has been something that by and large most people can control, like alcohol. For the most part, people who indulge in alcohol are not alcoholics. They're not, the most people are not drunk driving or harming anybody, but they do have a time when it comes to the alcohol. So those two, while very, can be addictive to people, or is addictive and can be, detrimental to some people, it still can be enjoyed healthily You know what I'm saying? Without it ruining your life. Not so much crack cocaine. You know what I'm saying? Not so much heroin. It's like in most cases, if you take a hit of heroin, you're almost guaranteed to be addicted from that point on. Likewise, crack. And that is going to deteriorate your health. It's going to, essentially kill you even if you're still alive. You have a higher likelihood of that happening to you on those two substances than the former, which is alcohol and gambling. But anyway, my entire endeavor here at Hotep History is to just get the white perspective out of y'all minds, because it's so much more enjoyable over here. It is so much more enjoyable to be able to view your ancestors as people and not just pawns in the white man's game. And I'm telling y'all, they're the only reason why y'all view black people historically like this as a whole, because you don't view your living old relatives like this. I hope you don't. I hope you don't. If you got a granny that's alive or a great granny that's alive, I hope you don't be viewing, him or her like they, had no autonomy, because they raised your ass. They raised your granny. They raised your mama. Like, they raised you. They all made choices to raise you, and they are the reason why you are here today, literally. So I hope you don't take the agency away from your own, predecessors. But as a whole, that's what y'all have done. And I'm tired of it, man. I'm so sick and tired of just the way y'all have framed black Americans. And like, it's just so ass. It's so defeatist. It's just so, it's just bad. I feel like I'm talking to a white woman who has this like vapid fake empathy for black Americans just off of virtue of the skin color. You know, them self-hating white people that be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry for my people. Oh, I hate white people and all this other stuff. And they're white themselves. Like, I hate them type of white people. Self-loathing white people. And that's how y'all treat black Americans, especially historically. It gets on my nerves, son. The ancestors didn't walk around feeling like this. So how are you feeling like this on their behalf, son? Motherfuckers got bank accounts and homes and flourishing and doing fly shit, and you sitting there worrying about lynchings and shit like that only. Like, that is insane to me, son. Like, I truly don't get it. And I'm telling you this, before I even started studying the ancestors the way I do, I still never looked at black people like this. Never. There's not a single time when I was in the street that I think that we were being manipulated by a government or a white man to do the silly shit that we was doing. I did the things that I did because I wanted to do them. And so likewise for all of my friends and all of the older people around me that was encouraging me to do it. Because I had equal amounts, if not more, adults telling me, stay your black ass out of the street. Stop playing in the street. You're going to die out here or you're going to go to jail. I heard that mad times. So again, son, like, it's all about choice. Another thing, I seen a video, the same young Philly dudes that I was talking about. One of the young guys got killed, right? And he was an athlete. I think his name was KJ. And, he was killed. He was like loosely affiliated, but he was one of those good kids in the Mad City type situation where he was an athlete. He was really good. He was going to more than likely get a scholarship or, make it out the hood based upon his athletic ability. And he was killed. His mom's obviously was devastated and distraught. And because these dudes are who they are, and I told you they like to be known as the killers and want to be famous for this degenerate shit, they're taunting not only, their other side that they beefing with, but also the mother of this child. Sending her diss songs to her Facebook of them dissing her dead son, going on to her IG and all that stuff and harassing her. They doing all of this stuff. And that would pain anybody. You dig what I'm saying? And, she went on a press conference after the people who got arrested for her son's murder. Were arrested, it was her son was one of 4 murders, and the shooters it was 5 shooters apparently that got arrested and sentenced for this. So it's 5 suspects, 4 victims, 9 people. So she said, yo, that's 9 young black boys that's off the street. My son being killed and the other people going to prison and stuff like that. And some time passed. And again, keep in mind that they were trolling her and disrespecting her son and all this other stuff. But some time passed, about, I say a few months had passed, and the side of the people who killed her son, they suffered a loss. One of their peoples got killed. And then she hops on Instagram Live and starts trolling them as if she was a part of the beef now. Taunting the other side, like a mother who just lost her son, let's say 6 months prior, is now on IG perpetuating that same energy and be like, she's clapping and celebrating the fact that son got killed. And now I get it, yo. Listen, can't tell people how to grieve, even though there's actual, in the etiquette book I tell y'all about all of the time, they do tell you how to mourn, but that's over 100 years ago. That book was written in 1920, and we're dealing with something completely different in this particular instance. But yeah, the mom is on IG Live taunting the ops. These are choices being made, son. There's no white man here. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to all of this stuff, I just want everybody to realize that there's power and responsibility in everything that you do, good and bad. Good and bad. You can use your power and responsibility for evil, or you can use it for good. No matter what, though, I'm always going to hold you accountable. I ask people this all of the time, and I'll ask y'all in the chat. I think I asked this before in the chat. If the government hires my brother to kill me, and he kills me, who killed me? The government or my brother? If you think the government killed me, then you don't understand autonomy and agency. You're going to be like, oh, what's the government? It's the government. What you mean? Like, the government. Son, you still got a choice to make. You still got a choice to make. And if you choose to betray or defile, destroy your own because an outside party convinced you, compelled you, tried to force you, brokered a deal or whatever, that's on you. That's on you and nobody else. You got to live with that. And this is coming from somebody who was put in those positions, not to kill anybody, but to throw somebody who I was running with under the bus to enrich myself. And I tell people this all of the time, son. Yo, loyalty not tested just because we cool. Your loyalty is tested when you have the opportunity to actually enrich yourself off of being disloyal to me and you choose not to. That's loyalty. That is the only time you can ever substantiate somebody's loyalty to you. Otherwise, it's just that hasn't even been tested in your relationship. Loyalty comes from proving it. Loyalty comes from you choosing to look out for your fellow man or your fellow woman in a time where it'll be more advantageous to you to not do it. It may be, you know what I'm saying, not hurting them, but I mean hurting you, but it's not in, it's enriching you to a point that it will be at their expense. When you choose the loyal part, when you choose your people over that opportunity or over that instance, then you can say you're loyal. Until then, you just talking. The two you in a position to actually be like, yo, if I sell this person out, or if I throw this person under the bus, if I abandon this person, I'll be able to be in a better position. You look at that and then you say, without even flinching, nah, I'm good. And a lot of people, when they get in them seats, when they get in them rooms, yeah, that's when things start to change. That loyalty ain't as solid as they once espoused. It's not the same. So again, son, y'all have to stop viewing the ancestors the way that semi-apathetic, empathetic, half and half white people viewed them. It's annoying, son. People be writing hundreds of words, thousands of words in a book for you to just reduce them to being like, oh, they was just a product of their times of white people ruling the world and white supremacy this, white supremacy that. I am so sick of that. I don't even believe in white supremacy. I'm saying that right here and now. I've been saying it for years, but it might be new to y'all. I don't believe in white supremacy whatsoever. White supremacy was some shit some insecure white people created to create a facade. That's it. It's a facade. These people are insanely insecure, insanely wrapped in inferiority complexes that the likes of which that you don't even understand. And you walk around and you bought it. You bought it. That is the thing. The reason why this stuff pains you, I call it, I'm still a working term. Work with me here. But I call it high cracker sensitivity or high Caucasian sensitivity. It's because narratives about your ancestors have been pushed to you through the lens of white people and the good or bad, mostly bad things that white people have done to them, done with them, whatever, right? Because of that, and that's how you frame not only your country's history, American history, but your ancestors' history directly. That's how y'all view it. This is where the HCS comes in, to where you are so sensitive that white people can't even like blink wrong around you, or else lest it be another product of white supremacy. So white people can't say they don't like a particular black behavior. White people can't criticize or talk about black people objectively. They only have to speak positively about them. And you know what? I seen a microcosm of this. I know I'm all over the place, but bear with me. I was watching a video, right? It was like these people, white and black people, and they were all blind taste testing steaks. And they had to guess which race made the steak, right? Silly little content. And all of the times that they talked about like the bad part, like, oh, I don't like this steak, or, this steak is not really cooked very well or whatever, they will automatically associate that with the white people. Like, oh yeah, this is nasty. A white person had to have made this. You feel me? All of the that's what white people were saying. Like, I tell you about self-loathing white people. So you got these white dudes up there being like, oh yeah, this was terrible. Clearly a white dude made this. No seasoning, all that. Whole time a black dude made it. But anyway, that's what I mean. If those white dudes would have went up there and been like, yo, this shit is disgusting, a black guy had to make this steak, they would have been called racist. Even though that is the name of the game. These white dudes were programmed to know, like, yo, we can't even say nothing bad. If we do say something bad, I'm gonna assume it's the white man's. It's the white man's. That's what I'm talking about, son. So when it comes to this stuff, yo, that is how y'all been treating the ancestors, yo. That you can't say nothing about them but good things. And don't get me wrong, I'm one of those people that respect the ancestors more than the average. Because I actually treat them like human beings who did amazing things. However, when it comes down to talking about mistakes made, missteps made, I'm not gonna not say it. Booker T. Washington. Like, yo, son, y'all have to understand that there were former slaves, son, who was criticizing their contemporaries in that day. It's 1870, and a former slave who has an education is like, yo, we not getting down with the idleness. Nah, we not getting down with the drunkenness. We not getting down with being gamblers and all of that other stuff. You feel me? We not getting into that. I got a book from 1877, a black doctor In 1877, saying this about black America. In 1877, son. This is what he said. Let me see if it comes up. The internet is actually on my side tonight, chat. Look. I'm glad, because ain't nobody else typing the words doctor in 1877 in the same sentence other than your boy. But here we go. Before we read that, I say, nothing I believe has anything to do with white people. All of what I believe comes from our ancestors directly. This was written by a black doctor in 1877. Let's see what the doctor had to say. And before you ask me, I don't remember the book, but I will find it. I think it's James Still. But anyway, he says, it has long been my opinion that the colored people as a race have much to blame in themselves for their present condition. True, we have been in bondage all or most of our lives and thus shut out from advantages, social and educational. Of the few who were redeemed years ago by great labor and personal sacrifice, and sometimes at the cost of human life, only a part of them appreciate their altered condition. Some have made their freedom a byword and a jest. The race is too much addicted to indolence and self-pride. Each would like to be the leader or orator of the race. They would like to occupy positions of ease, but are unwilling to pursue the path of labor, which only brings peace and comfort in success. They are too much delighted with the parties, festivals, and all places of amusement from which they reap no reward. This was written in 1877, Jack. This is just 12 years after slavery was abolished, fam. 12. So this man is critiquing his contemporary, son. He not holding no punches. Y'all want to play around. Y'all want to be thought leaders and shit. Y'all want to go to colleges and fuck around for 4 years, get a philosophy degree that don't build shit, that don't do nothing other than you running your mouth. I don't want to hear that. That's what the doctor is saying. Get you a goddamn job. Get you a trade. I'm sick of you motherfuckers that's sitting there trying to be leaders of the race. That's not a job. And that's why I be telling y'all, son. When y'all learn from the ancestors directly, yo, what history book is about to tell you this? Tell me a single history book in a public school that's going to put you on to this. Not one. This man said this in 1877, son. 1877, telling niggas to get off their ass. I ain't bullshitting. You know I don't gotta lie on the ancestors. They was lit on their own. They was popping it on their own. I don't need to add sauce. This is exactly what he said, son. And this is towards the end of the book. He was leaving on this note on the book. He talked about his life, all his trials and tribulations, and how he fucking made it and became a doctor. And all of these people was walking around with that same type of ideology. Nigga, if I can do it, I come from the same type of plantations you come from. They was letting that be known off the rip, off the dribble. Yo, listen, we come from where we come from. We off the plantation now. We not that. We not slaves no more. We full-blown citizens in this motherfucker, and we need to be able to step up to the plate. There's no time for nothing. The ancestors hit the ground running off the plantation. It wasn't fucking around. First of all, they was already hitting the ground running during slavery because there was already slave doctors during slavery. That's why they were called slave doctors. They were more trusted than the white doctors of the time. Even though, like, a good percentage of these doctors was like poisoning white people left and right to the point that they had to outlaw it. They had to outlaw it. Oh. They had to outlaw it. What year was that? Because I wrote it down. It was in one of the scripts. It was in the Black American Self-Defense video. A law passed in Virginia in 1748 that prohibited blacks from preparing, exhibiting, and administering medicine. That's not the one that I was talking about. It was in the 19th century, the one I'm talking about. But, and this is why I don't like using Google. But anyway, yeah. We had black doctors then. We had black entrepreneurs then. So off the rip, these men is like, oh, they're like, no, we're not getting into none of that. Too addicted to indolence and self-pride. This is what he's saying in 1877. And this is what we always needed. Shame. We needed the people who were actually successful in life to help guide the masses. We've only perpetuated the mono leader. The one leader for everybody. That's not smart. That's not good strategy. We needed all of these amazing people in the community to be leaders in their own factions, which goes into my whole spiel about Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. You already know how I feel about them, right? And their differences. But again, son, this is not something that, you know, is new to us. Accountability, shame, holding people accountable, all of that stuff, that's where we come from, son. So again, y'all walking around with this crazy view of the ancestors, and the ancestors didn't even view themselves like this. This is from 1877. What more do you want? A black man wrote this. So what I'm saying to y'all is, son, y'all walking around feeling sorry for the ancestors is some white shit. That's some white shit. You walking around thinking that the ancestors were less than is some white shit. Straight up and down. It's some enemy shit, I should say. Because not all white people are evil. But these stories are written through the lenses of these white people. I'm just keeping it 100. But shit, this ain't pro-black. Your POV ain't pro-black at all. Do not kid yourself. If all you know about the ancestors that they were strung up on trees, they houses was burned down and burning crosses on their lawn, and the injustice that they went through, yeah, POV ain't pro-black. It's anti-black as hell. You have propagandized your own ancestors, you dummy. You're an idiot. Nobody did that. But you. You pathologize your ancestors in this way. You look at them as some dumb, backward, feeble-minded people. You did that. You believe the lies that was told about your ancestors. They didn't tell you about a single black town that was built barehanded, brick by brick, despite it being hundreds of them. Sam A. He says, what up, dudes? On vacate, but I'll catch this on the replay for show. Much love, Hotep and Bill. That's a fact, Sammy. We in here. I had to go on this rant, Sammy. They anti-ancestor. They was pissing me off all week. All week they was pissing me off. I'm tired of y'all acting like the ancestors didn't know better and didn't do better. They did much more with much less. With way more restrictions. How is it that the ancestors was popping up with towns, G? Towns. And Monterey is taking as long as he's taking because the people who don't want to donate. How is it that in the 19th century, black people were pooling resources to the point that they could create towns in months' time, a year tops, and Monterey is still asking six figures to get a building to make sure that he can protect the community, educate the community, and do things that's actually going to work towards their self-development. Not just firearm safety, but he has civics classes. He has first aid classes. He has a gym regimen. He has an entire ecosystem of self-development in every different facet: financial, health and fitness, politically and civically, self-defense, first aid. All of these different resources that he's providing to the community for the free, by the way. For the free. Let's get into it. Let's get into how we gave it up as far as the ancestors go. Because I'm sick of this. I'm sick of these stupid ass narratives. I'm sick of you niggas talking down on the ancestors like y'all know what y'all talking about. Y'all some bums. Y'all some bums. I don't want to hear it. Every last person that be talking down on the ancestors don't even be having nothing shaking. They remind me of the haters that Junius Groves had. Motherfucker just copped 80 acres of land, fertile land, and you had niggas in this neighborhood that didn't own an acre of land, period, telling him that he did a bad deal. That's what you niggas sound like to me. Y'all niggas is anti-ancestor like a motherfucker, man. It's annoying. You niggas are annoying. I hate you niggas. I want y'all to know that. I do not like you niggas. I will never like you niggas. If you walking around thinking that the ancestors was some bullshit ass, victim ass people, fuck you, man. I don't fuck with you. Nah. This is what the ancestors was talking. We gonna go through the media. I was posting mad shit. This is what the ancestors was saying. What year was this? It had to be like 1940 something. Just based upon the way this looked. Shut up, think, work, produce. This is what the ancestors were saying. This is what I'm talking about. All through these newspapers, they'll tell you about discrimination happening over here, racism happening over here, but this is at the top of the newspaper. Racism wasn't this debilitating thing in society that they've made you believe. That you think people wasn't getting up and going to work just because a nigga got lynched? You think people weren't building, buying real estate, investing, doing what they needed to do to forge their lives the way they wanted it because racism exists? Y'all walk around in 2025 as if racism is like nuclear waste. Y'all walk around thinking that shit is like legitimately one of the worst things to ever happen to this planet or society, and racism been around since day one. I told y'all that babies prefer their own race. Babies. Fresh out. As soon as they have the ability to crawl or identify with the adults in their life, they're going to favor the people that look like them. Off the rip. Y'all walking around sitting and acting like racism is the worst, the racism is the worst thing to ever happen in the world. You niggas are fucking retarded. You have no idea what you are talking about. Y'all a bunch of bitch ass people. Like Son saying that being civilized is a function of white supremacy. The nut ass shit y'all be saying. The nut ass shit that y'all get off because of how you view the ancestors. You think that nigga know that black Americans wrote etiquette books? You think he gives a fuck that our ancestors went out their way to show their contemporaries and the babies under them to how to behave? Hell no. He don't give a shit. It's all about white supremacy to these people. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all say white supremacy more than white people. Y'all don't notice that? Y'all don't find that shit strange? That it's mostly non-white people saying the word white supremacy? I'll be in white nationalist spaces. If y'all pay attention to the screen, when y'all be on my page, I have an entire list of these people that I read. I just read their thoughts. I have an entire tab on my page. Right here. And we go right back to it. Look, right here. I don't know if y'all ever peeped that. But I keep a tab on these niggas, literally. And I just read the stuff that they say. And all of these shits, I never read white supremacy. They just be on some pro-white shit. They talk about the Jews, obviously. That's their big thing. Big Nick Fuentes fans. They post documentaries that's anti-Jewish and, exposing Jewish conspiracies or whatever. That's what they do. But I don't ever see the word white supremacy. And these are people who literally believe that white people are superior. And all they do is just talk about history, pro-white shit, anti-other people shit, whether it be black, Jewish, whatever it is. You dig what I'm saying? This is what they do. They hate on, of course, they can't stand, interracial anything. You feel me? But yeah, that's what they talk about. I have an entire tab. And they never bring up white supremacy. I only hear non-white people, particularly black people, talk about white supremacy. That's who I see talking about white supremacy all damn day. It don't be white people. And I find that so strange. Y'all don't find that strange? Like, that don't make no sense to me, son. I ain't gonna hold you. It don't make no sense to me, whatever. Whatsoever. At all, son. It don't make no sense. Like, what do y'all be expecting? Like, what do you be expecting from the ancestors, bro? Like, they did all of these amazing things, my nigga. And I be wondering, if y'all was put in the same position, even in 2025, would y'all be able to fare as well as they did? I don't get it. For all of them, you know, the ideology that y'all have, that the ancestors was just so antiquated and didn't know no better, and the white man was ruling them left and right and all of that other shit. I don't know if y'all have the wherewithal to write books like Medical Discourse in 2 parts, like Rebecca Crumpler did. You dig what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you got the wherewithal to become a doctor in the 19th century. I don't know. I don't see it in you. I don't see it in you. See, I'm not even sitting here bragging about myself like I'm super, super duper lit, but I actually, you know, I do all right for myself. The things that I do, you feel me, to enrich myself today, I would have got done in the 19th century. Not to brag, chat, but I feel like, you know, I would have been all right in the 1800s. I ain't gonna hold you. I feel like I'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? And that's even with me not being the most handiest. I feel like, you know, on the physical level, I'm a little handy. I ain't gonna say and lie. I got tomatoes growing out there. I could have handled a farm or two, a couple hundred acres. I know I could. I actually, you know, dabbled into that. So I know I could teach history. You feel me? So, like, yeah, I think I would have been lit. Put me anywhere. Put me in any history of America. And that's another thing. Not the ultimate, because there's a lot of them. But one of the other ones is when Trump first started running. You gotta remember, when he was first running the Make America Great Again flag. You feel me? Everybody was like, well, when was America ever great for black people? Listen. That should tell you right there. That should tell you right there. That should tell you right there how they view the ancestors. When was America great, right? Denotes that nothing great happened for black Americans in none of these generations of American history, which is some bullshit. Son. I think America was great for black Americans when slavery was abolished. I think America was great for black Americans when black towns were popping up throughout this country, left and right. I think America was great for black Americans where black Americans were some of the most innovative and inventive people in the country. You dig what I'm saying? We just had a story of 2 black doctors who felt, and through their studies, had a potential cure, not a vaccine, a potential cure for polio in 1950. That was great. All of the institutions that were built by black people, that was great. And I found it so funny that you pompous ass niggas in the 21st century ain't built near institution nearly as great as these institutions that happened that was built by the ancestors. But y'all can sit here and pompously walk around pretentiously talking out of your ass about when was America ever great for black people. Bitch, when they were building all of these institutions for the advancement and furthering of black American progress. Motherfucker, that's when it was great. How dare you niggas reduce the ancestors to a bunch of lynchings and bombings? You are the ops, nigga. You niggas are the ops. All you niggas that walk around with that type of mentality about black Americans before your bitch ass came on the scene, as if you niggas did anything. As if you niggas did anything. What have you built? What have you done to make America great for black people? For all of that snarky ass bullshit you had to say, what are you doing right now to currently make black America great? Tell me. Tell me. Because I'm over here teaching the babies about their ancestors. I'm mentoring a bunch of young black men. I'm president of Hotep Nation. I'm writing these history books. I wrote my first book 10 years ago. You feel me? I've already been working. What are you niggas doing to make Black America great? For you to have such a snarky ass fucking point of view about the past. When was America ever great for black people? Are you niggas high? You niggas must be drunk. Y'all must be drunk. Out of your fucking mind. To think that you know better than the ancestors and you ain't do half, a quarter of what these people did. Out of your motherfucking mind. You ain't do shit but complain. A whole generation of producers forged and pushed us to this point just for you niggas to become incessant consumers. How dare you niggas? The gall, yo. The audacity of you niggas to talk down on the ancestors. Racism exists right now. Fuck is you niggas talking about? Y'all niggas is trying to defeat racism. The ancestors was trying to defeat poverty, nigga. They was trying to defeat ignorance. They wanted to stop self-destruction and hold all enemies to the people accountable, white or black. That's what they was on. They wasn't about casting these wide, stupid ass, dumbass nets over all white people, over all black people, unless, as far as black people go, it was positive. It was about holding each other accountable. It was about getting to the next level. It wasn't about sitting around fucking complaining about your conditions, because that's not going to ever change anything. These people worked their ass off just for you motherfuckers to look back on the times that they lived as it wasn't great for them. What the fuck? Because what? Because what? They wasn't able to sit around on their ass all day and order Uber Eats? This decadent ass lifestyle you niggas is living. Y'all niggas live like kings and queens of the fucking 10th century. The life you live right now is bare luxury. And y'all still find reasons to complain. Look at your life, son. You are literally living like a king in the 14th century, son. You niggas is all Henry VIII's walking around. Y'all niggas is living in the laps of luxury compared to different times of history. Literal. Look at the way motherfuckers was like the serfdom that motherfuckers was living in, son. And y'all sitting there telling me about white fucking supremacy. More than white people, by the way. You niggas are unserious as hell, son. Y'all can never, ever convince me that you people are a serious people. Y'all are all bugged the fuck out. It's a major difference between me and you niggas. I ain't gonna lie. I'm drawing the line in the sand today. This week has been... I'm done with you niggas. If you not on the type of shit... Like, first of all, I'm gonna let y'all know now. Y'all know I always been on that type of time. For a very long time. I'm not here to convince you bastards of nothing. I'm not here to convince you niggas of anything. If y'all want to walk around and think that the ancestors were a bunch of just victimized second-class citizens and shit like that, that's you, man. That's your own inferiority complex at work. I don't share that sentiment, and I never will. I never have. And I'm not teaching nobody in my circumference that bullshit. When it's time to teach about racism and how fucked up racism is, that time will come. But until then, bro, we're not getting into that. We're not getting into that. I don't care how you niggas feel. Y'all can walk around with that pity party shit. Y'all not getting that out of me. I'm telling y'all that shit right now. Y'all not getting that over here at Hotep History. Generations of advancement going to the wayside because you niggas want to sit there and talk about lynchings and cross burners and shit all day. It's despicable. Yo, real talk, son. I can't wait. I can't wait to keep just expounding on how much the ancestors was lit and how bullshit you people are. I'm exposing you niggas. All you niggas that walk around with this mentality, I'm exposing all you niggas. You're frauds. You are frauds. You do that to the ancestors because you want to make yourself look good, like you some type of new and improved, never seen before thought leader. Motherfuckers don't build no institutions. You don't build shit. You just talk. And you want to be the motherfucker that is the go-to guy. Y'all all are a bunch of W.E.B. Du Bois ass niggas. Don't want to build shit, just want to talk about the shit being built. I don't believe you niggas. I don't know who you niggas think you the fuck are, but you're not lit. Not to me. There's people in the 21st century right now building institutions. Shout out to my boy Maj Toure. Shout out to my man Talent. These are men who are actually building shit. King Randall. Really building shit. Really got institutions under their belt. Really doing what they supposed to be doing out here as black American men. What we got in the chat? Sammy says, only Killer Mike knocked that question out the park. Showed up T.I. and Candace Owens in one fell swoop. America was great in the Reconstruction period when we were building and owning our own ish. Exactly. And I remember that panel. Because T.I. said that shit as a gotcha. I hate that. When was America ever great? Like, fuck are you niggas talking about? How you think you got here? That's what I'm saying. I think it was just hellfire all day, every day for black people in America. Y'all niggas are dumb. I don't give a fuck who you are. Any nigga walking around thinking that every day was just hell for black people up until the 60s or the late 60s is fucking retarded. You niggas are dumb. Y'all niggas are dumb. Aggressively dumb. Jason says they optimize all skin folk and ancient kinfolk. That's a fact, man. That's why I tell y'all all of the time, find and build your tribe. Racial uniformity is not a thing. It's never been a thing. It never will be a thing. It's too diverse of thought around this motherfucker to think that every black person is going to think like you. Hell nah. But it's enough. It's enough. It's enough. Listen, you'll never see me go into them black communist spaces trying to tell them that, you know, communism is wrong. Communism should tell them that communism is wrong just by studying it, but they believe it'll work. Who am I? As long as these motherfuckers is not infringing on me, yo, think that. Go ahead. That don't mean that I fuck with you or I gotta fuck with you, one. And two, that also doesn't mean that I'm not gonna say a bunch of anti-communist shit. Because I'm anti-communist. Through and through. So, live your life. You'll never hear Hotep dubes, doe dubes, going over to your side of the internet or whatever, trying to argue with you about your ideology, bro. Go ahead. Be all you can be as a commie. Don't give a shit. I found my tribe. My tribe is lit. I found my people. And we continue to grow. All of y'all rocking with me and shit. I don't need to create, you know, this type of urgency for y'all to come fuck with me for what? So you can sabotage it? No. You got me fucked up. I ain't doing that shit. I'm not doing that shit whatsoever. I'm not trying to convince you niggas. I'm not pulling teeth to get you niggas to fuck with this shit. You fuck with it or you don't. That's it. So, no, I disagree. Going back to the original argument, you know, I disagree. I'm going to always hold the community responsible and accountable for the bullshit that goes on. And I'll be wanting to know, what are y'all solutions? All you niggas that say white supremacy is the reason that, you know, niggas is shooting shit up and all this other shit. What do y'all want to have done? Because remember, we can't do another crime bill. You know, that was the whole super predator shit, locking niggas up and all that. We've all agreed that mass incarceration is a bad thing. Right? So what do we do about these demons on the street who are literally bragging about being demonic forces out here? What do we do? See, me, without using prison, right? Not using the system. I say we have like this militaristic boot camp. That's what I think. I think these little niggas need to be put in a militaristic boot camp where they get all of that aggression, all of that proper masculinity, and channel that shit in proper channels. And I'm talking about the most demon of niggas. There's going to be an age cutoff because you're not about to be a 25-year-old demon and getting the same type of treatment, nigga. You are old as hell. You've been committing crime for a very long time. We got something else for you. But for you little niggas that's from the ages of 8 to 18, y'all are going to be put in these fucking boot camps and y'all going to learn how to be proper men. And if they got to beat that bullshit out of you, they going to beat that bullshit out of you. That's just what it is. We're going to fortify your mind, your body, and we're going to train you in the right way. Hell yeah. Once I get enough bread, we are creating a Hotep boot camp. I'm creating it. I'm going to be the head of that shit. Send your badass son to the boot camp, and I promise you he's going to come back home an upstanding gentleman because we not going for that shit. These little niggas is frail. They just got big guns. Niggas ain't do no push-ups, no pull-ups, no nothing. We gonna have them whoop their own ass. That's it. Intense workouts every day. Intense. You're not gonna be able to feel your arms, nigga. And you still gonna have to do push-ups. Still gonna have to do pull-ups. Still gonna have to do planks. You're still gonna have to do everything every day. We're gonna channel that aggression and put it in the right places. We're gonna get you niggas right. And y'all not gonna be the same. Y'all gonna transform. Hell yeah, the Hotep boot camp. Get them little niggas right. Get them right. Ain't no reason. Can get you niggas off the streets. Yeah, you can't leave, but it ain't prison. Because the alternative was prison, little nigga. You walking around here with buttons and shit on your gun and all that other shit, bragging about that shit on IG and or whatever, nigga. Like, society will have me lock your ass up. But instead, we're going to send you to this boot camp for the next however many years. You know what I'm saying? Jason says, there's a white dude I know who does a boys camp, and they allow to have boys to wrestle and box. Had to stop when the moms found out, so they changed things up. See, yeah, now we're not listening to the moms. Listening to the moms is what's got it. Listening to the moms is what got us here. Wake it up. Listening to the moms is what got us here. Because the moms love their babies. And they still look at these little terrors, these little demons, as they little babies. You feel me? Nah, ma. He got to get his ass whooped. That's just all. That's just all it is. What you talking about? This nigga is on the road to becoming a mass murderer. A serial killer, if you will. Nah, he can stand an ass whooping or two. He'll be alright. He gonna be wrestling, boxing, doing all types of shit in here. Hell yeah. Bloody lips. You feel me? Black eyes, all of that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't want to hear that. You ain't about to sit here and tell me that your name is Demon 1700 on IG. And now you at the boys camp, and you ain't trying to wrestle, nigga. You ain't trying to put on the gloves. You ain't trying to do 100 push-ups as soon as you wake up. Well, nigga, should have went to school, though, nigga. You feel me? Should have went to school. Should have just woke up, respected your mom, respected your dad. You feel me? Now, and then you wouldn't have been in this boot camp. Your neighbor didn't. That square nigga that you was saying was corny and all that other shit because he didn't want to sell drugs with you and he didn't want to cut school with you and all that other shit. He ain't got to come here. Nah, this is just for the demons. And all of that shit, you break rules over here, my nigga, we beating your ass. You think you about to form a gang in this motherfucker and all other shit? And you doing it for the, negative reasons? We just gonna beat your ass. Ain't nobody here to save you. It's just me and you in here. Your mother signed this shit over in the waiver. There's a waiver that she signed. And we can beat your ass in here. So, like, let's not get it fucked up. We're going to have all of the fire shit. Don't get me wrong. We're going to have all of the actual proactive stuff, the positive stuff, teaching them all of these different things, agriculture, coding, and everything in between. But you get out of line, my nigga, we're going to bust your ass. Like, that's just what it is. It's either that or you go to jail, bro. That's what you want. Because all they're going to do in jail is make you an even bigger demon. They're going to hand you a shiv and tell you to keep putting in work while you behind bars. Nah, we trying to beat that criminality out of you, nigga. We don't want you to just become a better or bigger criminal. Nah, we want that shit to be associated with the worst part of your life from that point on. Because at the boot camp, you learned all of these different skills, but you were also disciplined, and the men in this motherfucker wasn't going for it. So, shout out to the moms, I understand. But y'all are a part of the problem. Unfortunately, when it comes to the single mom homes and shit, like a lot of this shit come from them type of homes. Now, you already know as a man, I hold men accountable. So the father failed at first, then the mom failed after. So, yeah, we gotta make up for those failures. We gotta acknowledge that those were failings of the parents. That's just what it is. And now we're going to reform these little niggas. That's it. And they'll enjoy it. They'll enjoy it. That's one thing I know about young boys. There's one thing I know. They love order. They love order. They love being told what to do. Half of these little niggas out here on that type of demon time was told to do this shit from somebody that they admire. Somebody that they respect. Somebody who they think is the epitome of what a man is. Or what they think they should be emulating out here. And that's the reason why they do the dumb shit. It's simple math. So now you're going to have a bunch of jacked men who got their own, who own their own, got shit going for themselves and shit like that, being able to put belt their ass in times where these little niggas need it, and then being their mentor and being their leaders in times that they need it. So while we definitely have, harsh punishments, we also have very, very proactive programs here that's going to enrich your life and make it cool for you not to fuck with that demon shit no more. That's what the boys need, man. The boys need order. The reason why these little niggas is behaving this way, because they are out of order. They don't have any discipline in their lives at all. So they run amok. They need men in their lives to put a foot in their ass here and there. That's all. Gotta challenge these little niggas. This is what it is. So what we got here? Because I was tweeting up a storm. This is from 1921. A bunch of achievements of Black Americans. All right. So let me switch it over here. To zoom in real quick. Making sure y'all can still see everything. We're gonna get to the archives in just a second. Just gonna keep it relatively short. I guess I could just move this over a little bit. There we go. All right. So here's a list that I found in a newspaper. It comes from 1921, and these are some facts and stats about Black America. So let's see. We got the Negro should be proud of his race. The first blood for American independence was shed by a Negro, Crispus Attucks, at Boston. First of all, that cannot be understated, dog. A black man was on the front line for America's independence. And that's the reason why, like, when it comes to, like, the black loyalists and shit like that, like, yo, listen, man, you made a decision. Again, it's choices. You chose to back the losers. You was on a losing team, unfortunately. A lot of you guys got evacuated to Nova Scotia and Sierra Leone. I found out. Remember the last time we talked about this, I couldn't remember the country, but it was Sierra Leone. And then the other half of y'all got sent back into slavery, so y'all was Americans anyway. It is what it is. But Crispus Attucks shed the first blood for American independence. Listen, if that was a white man, white Americans would have never let us forget about that. They don't let us forget about the founding fathers and nothing else when it comes to American history. But a black man did it, and where the black historians at? Where the black history teachers at? That's teaching this. That is magnificent. Oh, but because slavery, right? Because slavery, we can't be proud that Crispus Attucks was the first man on the front lines to fight for American independence and died for that independence. We can't be proud of that. The first droplet of blood in the name of American independence was dropped by a black man, and we supposed to sit here and worry about white supremacy. You niggas is out of your mind, son. Because y'all walk around with the white man's view of you, you look at yourself in the mirror through the lens of a white man. Wake it up. It's insane. The first droplet of blood on this soil for its independence was a black man. You motherfuckers want to tell me about not being pro black. Oh, excuse me, you can't be, what the fuck did I say? Yeah, they was telling me that you can be anti-American and pro-black American. You're out of your fucking mind. A black American died for America's independence. What are you fucking niggas talking about? But again, because you're getting your history told through white liberal women, most of y'all teachers, your history teachers was white liberal women. And they was telling y'all history to you through her lens. And y'all took it. That's why y'all sound like a bunch of hoes when y'all talk about black American history, because you didn't learn it from a black man. You didn't learn it from a masculine black man, because that's how masculine black men tell stories. They gonna let you know that a black man did this shit. What's the next one? The first vessel to make the return voyages across the Pacific from West Indies to Mexico was steered by a Negro pilot in 1565. Again, more ill shit. Let me zoom in on this. Hotep, eyesight getting a little wacky. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. I'm getting older out here, but gotta stay with it. All right, there we go. I don't know what's going on. All right, so John Matzlinger, a Negro, is the inventor of the first machine that performed automatically all the operations involved in attaching soles to shoes. Motherfuckers wouldn't even be walking around with shoes without a nigga. Wouldn't even be walking around with soles on their shoes without a black American. What else we got? There are nearly 100 towns and settlements in the United States populated and governed entirely or almost entirely by Negroes. This is in 1921, right? So nearly 100. I think it was even more than that. Because again, this is just one publication, one periodical talking about the information that they know about black America. There's a lot. There's a good stats here. Well, I'm pretty sure it was more than just 100. Gotta be hundreds. It's towns. Yo, we gonna go in the archives tonight. Just remind me. We gonna go in the archives tonight. But I'm telling you, it's towns you'll never heard of. I was like, yo, what the hell? I heard about a town called Judson, Missouri. Like, we just learned about Cowaliga 2 months ago. We ain't never heard about no Cowaliga, Alabama. So I think it's definitely more than 100. But anyway, many free Negroes held slaves during slavery. More than 18,000 slaves were owned by Negroes. Why they didn't tell us that? Why not? What would be wrong with telling black children that black people own black slaves? Now, of course, gotta say this every time, because there's gonna be somebody that's gonna clip this up and try to make it seem like I'm saying that black people were predominant in black history, and that's not what I'm saying at all. Please don't misunderstand me. However, and of course, most of the slaves they owned were family, right? The reason why the reason why they did it and kept them as slaves is because if they were free, then they would have to move out of the state or some shit like that. So they just kept them as slaves or whatnot. However, there were plenty of black American slave owners who owned slaves for the same economic reasons as the white man. They did. That's a fact. We actually talked about one. It was mad. We had another one, a dude named Antoine Dubliquet. Had one of the biggest plantations. He had definitely the biggest black-owned plantation in Louisiana, South Carolina, one of those states. Yeah. Had slaves, hundreds of slaves. There was a couple. It was a couple who had slaves. A mom and pop. A mom and pop plantation. They had hundreds of slaves, man. They became slave magnets. Black people, though. You know what I mean? Let's talk about it. Negroes own 25 million acres of land, an area equal to that of Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. 25 million acres of land in 1921. You gonna ask me, when was America ever great for black Americans? When we own 25 million acres of land? How about that? The equivalent of the size of goddamn Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, New England. That I would say so. When we own 25 million acres of land. Let's see. We bought more Liberty bonds in proportion to our wealth than any other elements of American citizenship. More patriotism. More patriotism. Ain't none. Just black American patriotism busting through. Negro soldiers were the first American soldiers to receive the Croix de Guerre. I don't even know what that is. Is that the cross of... What is that? Let's look that up. The Croix de Guerre. Am I pronouncing that right? Croix de Guerre. Why would they give me the shit in French? My God. Google AI gets on my nerves. What? Let's see. The Croix de Guerre is a military decoration of France. It was first created in 1915 and consists of a square cross, blah, 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 blah. It was also commonly bestowed upon foreign military forces and allies to France. So we was the first ones to get this. Black Americans was the first ones to get this. That's fire. That's fire. Shout out to France, I guess. What else? The first champion in American pugilism was a Negro slave, Tom Molyneux of Richmond, Virginia, who in the first part of the 18th century won his freedom by winning a $100,000 stake for his master. Wow. So we know about Jack Johnson. We hear about Jack Johnson because he famously was a kick-ass heavyweight boxing champion, and also a dabbler in the white women. Of course, what was that? The Mann Act, was created because of Jack Johnson fucking all of them white hoes. But before him, in the 18th century, 1700s, let's get into who that is. What's his name? Tom Molyneux. Let's see. Who is son? Okay. Yeah, this is when I found out, when I tweeted y'all, I found out what pugilism was. Now I'm thinking pugilism is like a form of like decapitation or something like that, like something crazy. But pugilism is dead as just boxing. Like if you were a boxer, you were considered a pugilist. But here we go. Sometimes spelled was an American bare knuckle boxer and possibly a former slave. He spent much of his career in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, where he had notable successes. He arrived in England in 1809 and started his fighting career there in 1810. His two fights against against Tom Cribb in 1810 and 1811, widely viewed as the champion of England, brought Molyneux fame, even though he lost both contests. The result of The result of the first encounter was hotly contested with accusations of a fix. The second match with Cribb, however, was an undisputed loss. His prize-fighting career ended in 1815 after a tour that took him to Scotland and Ireland. He died in Galway, Ireland in 1818 at age 34. Oh. All right. So, learned about him. When I first read it, I didn't even look him up. I just looked up pugilism and kept it rolling because I knew I was going to look him up eventually. So let's get into some stats here. It says there are 202 Negroes engaged in stock raising. Okay. There are 206 Negro jewelers in the United States. Jewelers, guys. We had jewelers. So now, y'all know how I give it up, right? When it comes to how I tell y'all about my research and whatnot, that's how I happen upon shit. Like, I wonder about Black American jewelers. And then I'll go down the rabbit hole and then I'll find a Black American jeweler who wrote a book being like, the illustrious history of gemstones and all this other stuff. And it's like, I'm sure I'll find one. If we had 206 by 1921, at least one or two of them had to write a book. They had to write a book. So I'm going to find it. Don't even worry about it. We're going to find it. What else we got? There are over 200 Negroes in the dairying and farming business. There are 208 Negro... What's that say? Ice dealers, excuse me. There are 219 Negro... Excuse me. Oh, okay. There are 219 Negro saw and planting mills proprietors in the United States. And that, and 241 Negro wholesale merchants and dealers. 280 Negro fancy goods, dry goods, and notions stores across stores run by Negro. Excuse me, y'all. That there are 310. That's 10, right? 310 Negro manufacturers and proprietors of clothing factories. 310, son. Yo, the levels of stuff. Anyway, in the United States, we have 316 fruit growers in the Negro race. There are 357 Negroes engaged in buying and selling grain, livestock. There are 326 livery stable keepers, 384 Negroes running candy and confectionery stores, 695 druggists and pharmacists, 736 general stores owned by colored people, 756 Negroes selling produce and provisions, 762 Negroes engaged in the real estate business, 794 junk dealers, among the Negroes, 875 billiard and pool room keepers. There are 953 undertakers in the United States, Negroes, 973 hotel keepers and managers, 1,155 coal and wool dealers, 2,957 butchers and meat dealers in the Negro race, and 3,100 builders and contractors. And then at the bottom it says 2,434 hucksters and peddlers. Like, what the hell do y'all be telling me? What are y'all to be ashamed of? But they won't tell you any of this. They will not run down these stats to you, even though a Black American wrote this in a Black American newspaper for the Black American to read and be proud of. That was literally the title of the shit. The Negro should be proud of his race. That was the entire point of putting this shit together, was for you to have pride in your people across the United States. And this is not even all of the stats. But this is certain things that, you dig, be proud of. Now, this is in 1921 talking to their contemporaries. And now, 100 years later, you will have people say shit like, when was America ever great? Well, these people seem to be getting along very, very well during this time. These people seem to be like cooking with grease and smoking shit. And extremely proud to be black, extremely proud to be an American, extremely proud to be Black American. It seemed great to them. This is what I'm saying. And the thing is, on the opposite side of this, and we are going to get into this. I know y'all going to call me a coon for it, but we are going to have an episode where we talk about the white man. And we are going to focus on the white man. Now, I'm going to show y'all what the white man was actually going through. Because y'all, this is what y'all do. Y'all frame black Americans in the worst light, and then you frame white people in the best ones. But I bet you niggas didn't know that white people were eating dirt pies. Fam, they were eating dirt. They don't tell you that part. See, they tell you that the white man right now and back then has been like living high on the hog. They don't even think to tell you about poor white people. Just like they don't tell you that they don't even think to tell you about rich black people during this same time. You ain't never hear about James Fortin. James Fortin was rich in the 18th century. That nigga had white employees during the 1700s. Crazy. White people worked for that man in the 1700s, and you never would know that. And likewise, you'll never hear about the white people that was dirt poor, that relied on black people. They couldn't survive without them. Y'all don't even know that a large part of the KKK even being a thing is because they were trying to terrorize white people into not hiring black people because white people needed the jobs because they was poor as shit. Y'all don't know that. Y'all don't know that most of this racism in America is rooted in insecurity and an inferiority complex. Why the fuck? This is what I'm saying. It's all projection. They are projecting their insecurities onto you. I tell y'all all of this. I tell y'all this anecdote all the time. And I also tell y'all all of the time that I tell y'all all of the time. Don't think that I haven't noticed that. When I say I tell y'all all the time, I say it all of the time. But anyway, the origins of the Negroes love watermelon stereotype, you know where it came from? So in South Carolina and other states in the South, black men were extremely efficient and knowledgeable about growing watermelon. They were the best at it, obviously. Like this goes without saying. You know what I'm saying? So these black men, now that they're free, they're no longer enslaved, they go for what they know and start growing, planting and harvesting watermelon and of course selling them. And they were making a killing. And they were buying, they had white clientele, black clientele, and the poor, inferior white man was jealous. He was jealous. So he came up with a bunch of stereotypes. Oh, niggas love watermelon. You just a hater. You just mad. You just mad that a black man is out here making money hand over fist off of selling watermelon and you tight. So now here come the cartoons. Here come the caricatures and all this other shit. But it's like it was just jealousy. And jealousy is literally just a byproduct of an inferiority complex. Why the Negroes gotta be knowledgeable that to grow watermelon? Why the Negroes getting all of this money selling watermelon? That's all it was, jealousy. And once you realize that's what racism is at its heart, my nigga, you can't be walking around with them chips on your shoulder. That's all they doing. They taking the chip off of their shoulders and putting it on yours, and you walking around with it. You walking around with this inferiority complex because that's what they got. They projected that bullshit onto you. They don't tell you about the poor whites in the South, son. It was bad, son. They definitely don't tell you about the conditions of the white men after the war. What? White men were struggling after the Civil War. Struggling. Bad, son. Trying to tell y'all. And I'm getting off on a tangent, but it's worth mentioning. It's like, yo, son, I don't know if y'all know this, but at the height of slavery, only 23% of white people even owned slaves. Most white people couldn't even afford slaves. Yo, the average slave in 1860 was going for 20 grand adjusted for inflation. 40 grand. Like, I don't know if y'all know this, son. Like, it wasn't like people was just able to cop slaves like that, son. They couldn't just cop slaves. You got 20,000 lying around. You got $40,000 lying around. Nah, son. Most people don't. Now, don't get me wrong. 23%, a quarter of the people, still a substantial amount of people, is a quarter, but 3/4 of the people couldn't even own. They didn't even own slaves, son. What do you think they were doing? Yeah, did they, of course, benefit from slave labor in the South? For sure. I'm sure they did. You know what I'm saying? But they couldn't afford that shit. Like, y'all need to do your Googles. If y'all gonna be talking this white supremacy shit, y'all gotta see where it come from. Like, listen, let me show y'all. Y'all wanna know? Cause you know Doe gonna have the source. Like, I ain't playing around with y'all. Let's see. I just tweeted it recently. I sent it to one of them. Where is it at? Right here. This is the first coining of the term white supremacy. Right here. Right here. White supremacy and Negro subordination, or Negroes a subordinate race, and so-called slavery. Its normal condition, with an appendix showing the past and present condition of the countries south of U.S. This is where white supremacy comes from. You dig what I'm saying? This is where it comes from. And it was literally this doctor trying to prove that whites were superior, blacks were inferior, and all this other shit, which again is just a bunch of cope. It's a bunch of cope, but them projecting their insubordination, you know what I'm saying, and their inferiority, and just trying to put an intellectual spin on it. This was written in 1868. You dig what I'm saying? It was a pro-slave. He was just pro-slavery. He just wanted to intellectualize the legalization or the furthering of slavery, because slavery was over. So he just wanted slavery back, because who wouldn't want free labor? And he had to have some type of reason. And since he's a doctor, he used, quote unquote, medical science. But it was all bullshit. It's all bullshit. So, like, for me, son, like, I've read a little bit of this book. I didn't read the whole thing. But basically, all he was just basically saying is that, black people are better to be under control, and if we're going to have them in our country and all of that, we need to make sure that we can always keep them subordinate to us. That's going to allow us to maintain, the status quo and all this other bullshit. It was a bunch of bullshit. But yeah, son, this is where it comes from. And I don't have these hangups, bro, because I understand where it comes from, son. And if y'all studied history, y'all wouldn't have these same hangups either. Honestly, I don't think y'all would. But, when you get your history told to you by white people, this is what happens. What else do we have? Because we was going through a lot. Let's see. That was one. But we was going through some more stuff. This is what I was talking about when it came down to the cure for polio. The results on mice proves benefits obtained from sulfur drug, dogs and monkeys to be treated. Unfortunately, I tried to follow up on this story. I didn't get anything, but I'm still on the case. It's a bunch of mysteries right now that I'm dealing with. So trust me, we getting to the bottom of it. I'm gonna see what happened to these gentlemen. But it was 2 doctors that discovered this. Jason says, let me see, pull it up. Jason says they had insurance on them in the stock market based on slaves initially. Yep. What was the company called? Aetna. Aetna used to insure slaves and slave ships. You feel me? That's a fact. We're going to get to that W.E.B. Du Bois article too, because that shit was fucking hilarious. But let me get back to what I was saying. So, learned about pugilism. Oh, yeah. Look at young Willie. Pause. Look at Master Willie H. Butler, 12 years old at this time. Musical genius. Landed a scholarship being taught by violinist David Manns. And Mann, I think it's pronounced Mann, was taught by a black American composer by the name of John T. Douglas. And again, just more excellence. Like I sprinkle in, because none of your history teachers out there are going to teach y'all this about a master child prodigy that is Willie H. Butler. He went on to, as an adult, to make great music too. But again, when it comes to these things, y'all gotta understand, you should follow up on these people. I teach y'all how to do the research that I do, because I'm not one of them weird ass people that want y'all to always come to me for history and shit like that. I want y'all to be able to learn how to do it yourself. However, you can commission my work or whatever. I've been doing independent research for people. So if you guys are interested in, learning anything specific about Black America and our history, and you do want to, you just don't have the time to do it, you can pay me to do it. I have no problem doing it. I have my first. It's so funny that this happened because my first batch of people that came through this week. That's why I was so busy, and I didn't really stream this week because I was doing independent research for people, and they paid me. It was a great week for that. I'm still in the middle of it, but I had to reach out to y'all and have this conversation with y'all because I love talking about history, and we're gonna get back into my anti-ancestor rant. We not done. I just want to show y'all. I gotta how I do. I gotta show y'all Black excellence and all of that shit, and then we get back to the shit that we don't like because I like to keep it balanced. But yeah, here we go. Yonkers, New York. Shout out to Yonkers. Master Willie H. Butler of this city, the clever boy violinist, has been given a scholarship in the Musical Settlement School in New York City and will train under the celebrated David Mann, who thus acknowledges his gratitude to the Negro race, he having been taught the violin by the famous Negro violinist of New York, Douglas, many years ago. It is a rare opportunity for young Butler, who comes from a musical family, every member of which performs one or more instruments. The youngster is a musical genius and even now performs on the violin with a skill and technique which some older performers might well envy. Young Butler's father, who was an instructor in the musical school settlement, will have general supervision of his studies, while Professor Mann will give him the benefit of his wide knowledge of the king of instruments and the instrument of kings. Okay. Master Bill will probably need a little strap oil also before he reaches the virtuoso stage in his promising career. And his dad has provided one for use. I'm sorry, y'all. These letters is mad small. When moral suasion fails. Quote, I predict a brilliant future for my young friend Bill, says Bruce Gritt, and congratulate him on his good luck. Bruce Gritt, I know about him. He a rich black man. I forgot where I read his name at, but I know about Bruce Gritt. He a rich black man. I know he was a rich black man. So yeah, that was Master Willie H. Butler. What else we had, man? I missed you guys. Yeah, the Essence Fest had that they had that whole little debacle about the Jollof rice versus jambalaya and shit. So that just prompted me to show y'all. Hold on, go back then. Being too hasty. It's another source. You feel me? What Mrs. Fisher knows about old Southern cooking, soups, pickles, preserves, etc. Awarded 2 medals at the San Francisco Mechanics Institute Fair 1880 for best pickles and sauces and best assortment of jellies and preserves. Diploma awarded at Sacramento State Fair 1879. So this book was published in 1881 by decorated cook Mrs. Fisher. And in this, she has the recipe for jambalaya. So yeah, I thought that was pretty dope. This photo, son. This photo cooked me, son. This photo cooked me for a good hour. I was crying, laughing, son. Like this picture, son. This picture, because you could just see, son. You could just see like everybody's wearing their true intentions on their face, son. So we got my man down here. I don't think they even said his name in here, but they got my son down here. And he looking at the camera like, yo, this is some bullshit. Like, oh my God. And you already know who I locked eyes with right here. This scheming, mischievous motherfucker right here. I know Sweater Vest was doing the fucking most, my nigga. I know. He was doing like fucking putting toothpaste on son's pillow and shit like that. Like, just doing the most. Look at his fucking face, son. This nigga, I know he was plotting on him, son. Look at my son is like he didn't know I was gonna be able to see this shit 80 years later, son. But I'm telling you, I know he looked at these niggas like, oh, this is some bullshit. And these motherfuckers, you could tell, they was partners in crime. You can tell. You know he was the fucking ringleader just because of how. Look at this nigga's face. Look at his fucking face, son. You can't tell me that he wasn't getting in the bullshit. And then here's his mans. You could tell. He was one of those, come on, guys, leave him alone. You know what I'm saying? But I know my son had to fight at least 3 of these motherfuckers. That's what I said. I know he had to fight at least 3. I know he had to fight these 2. Who's the third? Because these dudes, they look displeased. They look potentially displeased that son is here. But I don't think they wanted war. He looks, off the strength of him sitting next to him, probably more tolerable than the rest. But I think these 2 motherfuckers for sure. And if I had to pick out of these 3, he's small. So he's not going to get into it. He's smaller than everybody. I think he's the smallest out of this bunch. You feel me? I don't see it. I don't think he got the dog in him. But him over here, I feel like he got busy. The tallest one in there. You feel me? I feel like, yeah, it was 1, 2, and 3. These are the 3 that he had to fight at least. Right here. Everybody else was optional. I know he didn't want war. I know this motherfucker didn't want war. He was walking around with the Napoleon, so he might have tried to be a little tough. Because this is army. You know what I'm saying? These are all army students. You feel me? But as far as like jumping out of the gym, I feel like it was these 3 that he had to catch wreck with. He was probably like a fake ally, maybe a friend. You know what I'm saying? But these 2, I know these 2 was on straight bullshit. You feel me? Him, yeah, he might have. Him, I could see it, but him, this little motherfucker, nah, fuck up out of here. I don't want to hear it. He probably was the most racist out of all of them, though, because he was so small. He probably had the most shit to pop. You know what I'm saying? What else? Oh, right. Let's get into this. Because this was a comeuppance that that I needed to read. I needed to read this one. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. So, damn, this shit big as hell. Let me gotta make this shit smaller, I guess. Hold on, let me see how I look when I go over to the next slide, because I want to make sure that y'all can read it. Alright, I mean, alright, let me fix it up for y'all. Let me fix it up. Man, y'all just gonna have to trust me. I don't feel like resizing this shit. Alright, so we're gonna read it. So it says, so on the headline, cause I know it's like super zoomed in for y'all. It says W.E.B. Du Bois criticized by Negro press. Let me see how y'all see it. Yeah. So let me just look. W.E.B. I'm just moving around for y'all. W.E.B. Du Bois criticized by Negro press. All right. Oh, let me just. There we go. Was it like this? Probably. All right. Let's go. All right. So here's how it goes. Booker T. Washington died in 1915. I want to say November or December of 1915. Right? Now, we all know that W.E.B. Du Bois was, you know, for all intents and purposes, one of his rivals. One of Booker T. Washington's rivals. Like I told y'all, they collaborated a little bit during the early 20th century or whatever, but W.E.B. Du Bois was a sucker. He was a sucker, and he didn't like to play the second fiddle to Booker T. Washington. You feel me? So when it comes to that, like he said no, and that's what led to That's what led to W.E.B. Du Bois even making the Niagara movement in 1905. But anyway, Booker T. Washington dies. And W.E.B. Du Bois takes it upon himself to essentially slander Booker T. Washington's name in his eulogy of Booker T. Washington. And I told y'all that Booker T. Washington was the fucking man, bro. He was the man. He wasn't like no chump at all. Like, he was that guy. And W.E.B. Du Bois disrespected Booker T. Washington in death. And the black press let this motherfucker have it off the strength of Booker, yo. He wasn't going for it. So here's what they had to say. This is from the Georgia Baptist in Augusta, Georgia. Dr. Du Bois is a man of great literary talents and attainments, and when that is said of him, about all has been said. So off the rip, the way they opened their article was like, yo, the motherfucker can read and write, and that's it. That's it. He can read and write. That's it. That's all we got for him. He aspires to Negro leadership when he has not a single qualification to fit him for it. Motherfucker, yo, what did we just say? What did we just say about the black doctor in 1877? So this is in 1915. Okay, decades after Dr. James Steele says what he says about, say, yo, this is why I love the ancestors. Hold on, y'all. We got good connection. We got good enough connection. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. Cause we gonna make sure that we stay on point with this shit to make sure I know that I'm not fucking bugging. All right. So said the race is too much addicted to indolence and self-pride. Each would like to be the leader or orator of the race. You feel me? 1877. Going back, we got this Negro where all his whole motivation is to be a leader. That's it. He ain't build shit, but he want to, be a leader. And they see through him. This is his contemporaries. Like, yo, we see through all of that. You want to be a leader. You want to be that guy, but you're not. You don't have it. You feel me? It's in you, not on you. And you want to put leadership onto you, but it's not in you. You don't have it in you. We don't believe you. Let's see. He seems to spend most of his time bewailing the fact that he was not born white and cussing out the white people in his magazine because they refuse to recognize him as white. Again, they are seeing through all of this. They're seeing through all of the self-hate. We know that you don't like black people, bro. You was raised around white people. See what I'm talking about? When it's time for the ancestors to peep the bullshit, they peep it. You are viewing us through a white lens. Now that's become the norm. Now, all of you niggas is W.E.B. Du Bois. All of you niggas. All you do is look at your contemporaries and your ancestors through the lens of white people. Just like W.E.B. Du Bois did. But the ancestors around him, the contemporaries, was calling that bullshit out. Like, you just want to be white. That's it. When they get the complaining about the white supremacy and white privilege and all that other shit, it sounds like envy, don't it? That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like jealousy for real. The same way it sounds to me when I hear about the watermelon stereotypes. It's just jealousy and envy wrapped up in this type of, package of disrespect or, shouting down or whatever. But nah, you just envy that shit. I want y'all to remember when niggas started pushing white privilege 10 years ago. And how they was, white privilege is getting away with this. White privilege is this, that, and the third. It's like, yo, it's just, are you talking about just white people looking out for each other? Like when black judges were first appointed and stuff like that in the 19th century, you think they was giving niggas like harsher sentences? No. It was a sentence that fit the crime. And if there was a situation where that person had plausible deniability and they couldn't prove any wrongdoing, that black man went home. You think white people not gonna do that for other white people? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the shit y'all be saying is white privilege and white this and white that. Just be white people looking out for each other. And y'all be mad. Like, why? What is wrong with you? You just envious that you may not be able to tap into that resource as far as Black America is concerned. You should be able to if you was actually, tapped in. But I get it. The hood is the hood, the ghetto is the ghetto, and all that other shit. So you mad and envious that the white man in his suburbs, because it can't be the trailer parks and in the rural areas that ain't got shit, because y'all don't even care about poor white people. But y'all talking about the white suburbs and shit like that you've been raised to to believe that is the predominance of white neighborhoods, which is not. But whatever. All of that white power, white privilege, white supremacy shit, that's where y'all get it from. It's just y'all not being willing to participate in these same things in the same ways. That's all. If you had a black judge in your back pocket that would get you off off a certain shit, or a black lawyer, black doctors, black this, black that, you would 100% do it. Likewise, I feel like you niggas would be just as prejudiced. I feel like if y'all was actually in control of some shit, like the niggas was actually in control of shit, I think you would actually be more prejudiced towards white people. If they didn't do a jig, like, they got to do a jig to get invited to the cookout and shit like that. But if they didn't go out their way to show you that they was like pro-black and shit like that, which was like busting a jig or speaking a particular slang or getting twerked on by a black woman or some shit like that, y'all would be discriminatory like a motherfucker, boy. What? We was going over that Carnival Cruise bullshit, debating about that shit. Again, more decent people defending degenerate people, which I can't stand. Tired of y'all doing that. That's that white liberal woman bullshit. Oh, the people in the ghetto don't know how to get an ID card. It's like, what, bitch? Have you even been around here? Everybody got ID. But because you've outside looking in from your stupid ass white perspective, you dig what I'm saying? You think black people are so goddamn dumb that they don't know how to go down to their local DMV to get a goddamn ID. But that's, that's expected from a white woman that never been around niggas. It be you niggas that be bothering me the most because you grew up around niggas. Maybe not, though. Maybe you did grow up around that liberal right woman and y'all both getting y'all perspectives from her mom and her dad and shit. Like, I don't know. I can't relate. But anyway, that's it. Y'all just jealous. That's it. Just be honest. You jealous. That is y'all calling out white privilege and shit like that is just your jealousy, my G. I'm telling you. And the reason why it's so foreign is because y'all done, y'all traded in, all black towns, all black institutions, black owned establishments and shit like that to integrate with the white man. And now you mad. You in my goddamn house. That's like literally being a guest in my house and then being mad that I like give my family preferential treatment over you as my guest. Like, are you shitting me? Like, you staying here for 2 weeks or some shit like that. I'm supposed to like treat you special. Like, no, you're not going to be abused or treated unfairly, but I'm 100% going to have preferential treatment for me and mine. So that's how that goes. But y'all traded that in. You traded in your own crib to come live in my shit. And I don't, nah. You're not about to get the same everything as my kids get. No. You're not my kid. It don't make no sense. Like, so it's just simple shit. You know what I mean? So, y'all want to be white. That's what it is. Y'all don't want to admit it, but y'all want to be white. See, what y'all do is y'all conflate accountability with self-hate, which I don't like. And don't get me wrong. There are some people who are using their quote-unquote accountability to just be anti-black. A lot of them, unfortunately, and no. It's liberals and blacks that do it, just in different ways. So you have liberals who will do it in the name of intersectionality and shit like that, say a bunch of anti-black man shit in the name of misogynoir and all these stupid ass terms that they've created. You feel me? All of that shit. Like, if you not a fucking black, gay, queer, disabled, fucking special group, insert here, and you don't fuck like you and you're not fucking bending over backwards for these particular groups, you feel me? Then yeah, you're clearly like misogynistic and ableist and all this other bullshit. Those people are inherently anti-black too. And that's coming from the white lens as well, because that's what all they white liberal homegirls telling them all of this bullshit in these schools, they white liberal professors and shit. Where like I want to say the last time they checked, it was like the overwhelming majority of American higher educational institutions are left leaning. You feel me? So y'all get this shit from the colleges and bullshit you go to. You bring it back to the neighborhood. Now we all of a sudden misogynistic and transphobic and all this other shit. And it's like, bitch, shut up. And then on the other side, you got these black conservatives who, if you don't act like how they want you to act as far as the white man is concerned, now all of a sudden, you know, you a hoodlum and all this other shit. It's like, nigga, shut up. I'm just wearing a do-rag, nigga. Shut up. You know what I'm saying? If you're not behaving in a particular way that doesn't make you more akin to the white man, then these black conservatives they be doing goofy shit. So it's not just liberals, it's not just conservatives. Both of these goofy ass groups do this shit against black people in the name of whatever white savior or inferiority complex that they have. I just seen a black conservative. He was reviewing Shane Gillis's set, I think at the ESPYs and shit. And he was, reacting to it. And one of the things he was like, yo, I'm just I think Shane Gillis is funny, all this other shit. And then he was like, what I really appreciate is that he was able to make fun of black people. White comedians and comedians in general, they don't make fun of black people anymore because they don't want to be considered racist and all this other shit. I'm like, man, shut the hell up. Shut up. Like, this shit like that, it's the corny shit like that. Well, I'm like, man, shut y'all asses up. That's why I can't be on one side or the other. Because anytime that I go around you niggas, because of course, your first, as far as the average black American man like me, my first introduction to politics is always going to be through a liberal lens just because of where I come from, right? I didn't grow up in a Republican district or no shit like that. I grew up around in Democrat inner cities my whole life, right? So when it's time to vote, your mama going to tell you to vote Democrat, your aunt going to tell you to vote Democrat, your granny going to tell you to vote Democrat, and unless you grew up in a Republican household. You dig what I'm saying? That's the only way. So for the most part, that's the reason why you'll see 80, 90% plus percent of black Americans voting Democrat. That's the introduction. And then you get to learn from these motherfuckers, especially when you start going to these college age motherfuckers. And it's like, yo, what? This is how you view black people? Like, this is how you view yourself? Like, this perpetual victim and shit to white supremacy and all this other shit? It's like, I ain't fucking with that. And then you online and motherfucker telling you, get off the Democrat plantation. And it's like, wait, what, nigga? The fuck you talking about, Democrat plantation? That's not appealing either, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? So boom, you start to learn about from the conservatives and shit like that, and they got a little bit better grasp on shit, but they just as delusional as the liberals are. 100%. They just start saying the goofy shit. Like I said, Democrat plantation, and then you go over there and you start seeing that there ain't, like, the grass ain't greener over there. I think the silver lining when it comes to that, the black conservatives, is that they are more open to you not fucking with the fuck around, like not fucking with the bullshit. So they're not gonna make excuses for black criminality, but they lack any empathy or understanding at all when it comes to shit. And it's not that I don't understand, it's just that I'm against it. These motherfuckers are like, they hate niggas. Like, though, you could tell they hate them. So yeah, you got the black liberal feminist that hates black men and other black women who don't believe what she believes, but then you got the black conservative right next to her saying some of the same shit, just in a different way. And that's the reason why I be saying what I be saying. The ancestors say, don't fucking cling to one party or the other. It's you goofy ass niggas that do that shit. T. Thomas Fortune, who else? Mad of the ancestors spoke out against that shit. Like, yo, stop clinging to one party or the other. What the fuck is wrong with you? Neither party, if left unchecked, has your best interests at heart. Like, what are you talking about? You got fucked over by the Republicans when the Lily Whites came in. Then you started fucking with the Democrats because of FDR, mostly. You started fucking with them, and they put y'all niggas in the ghetto. They created ghettos and put you in them. They stripped black men out of the community. They did all of the fuck shit. Like, yo, you 100% need to stop blindly following these political parties, because when you do, you get fucked over. And unfortunately, black Americans are the only demographic that do that silly shit. White people are split down the middle. I think Hispanics are a little skewed left, but that's even changing with the Trump era and shit like that. That motherfucker came through and split that whole shit up. Asians, they under the radar, but them motherfuckers are split too. It's only black Americans. Only black American voters are the ones that's like, nah, this is my political team. I'm going to stand by him and shit like that. Like, these niggas is bugged out. No, son. I would much rather black Americans be split. You know why? Because if black Americans were split, that means Republicans and Democrats got a shuck and jive for our vote. And really, instead of just pandering in commercials, they really got to put feet on the ground. You feel me? And work in to be able to secure the black vote. But no, because they know that they got you niggas hook, line, and sinker. What the fuck they got to work for? Shit. You going to vote for them regardless. So, yeah, that was my little rant. That's, you know how I do. But anyway, in all of the comments that were made anent the death of Mr. Washington, it was left to Dr. Du Bois to sound the only discordant note. So again, nigga, everybody is mourning Booker T. Washington's death, and you, goofy, are over here. You got something negative to say because you hated that nigga while he was alive. So him dying, you honestly celebrating for real. You honestly happy that he's dead. He's always younger than him, so you happy that he's dead. Now, Nika, my man Nika, he had asked me a couple weeks ago, do I believe Booker T. Washington was poisoned? And, you know, I said no, but I'm going to have to do some investigation on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, did they kill my OG? Like, that'd be crazy. But anyway, everybody is sad, nigga. Everybody is mourning Booker T. Washington's death. And here you are, the lone nigga, the sole nigga, having something negative to say about Booker T. Washington, nigga. You a op. You an op, for sure. Du Bois wants to elevate the race, but he wants to do it with gloves on his hands and with a 50-foot pole. You see what I'm talking about? The ancestors be peeping this. Yo, this energy has been around forever. Ever. These grifters. These niggas that are all talk and no action. These niggas that are grifting off the backs of black Americans. Because let's not forget, and let me put it out here, because, you know, we going to rant tonight. You know, if Doe ain't going to do shit else, he going to rant, goddammit. So, my man here, Chosen One, anytime that I bring up W.E.B. Du Bois or W.E.B. Du Bois, he going to let me know that W.E.B. Du Bois was Haitian. It does not matter. I've tweeted about W.E.B. Du Bois, I say about 3 or 4 times by this point, and he's in them comments every single time. And I said that you say this every time I bring him up. We know. I don't know what you're expecting as a response, but you can stop, bro. And he just goes into like telling me how because he's black American, you know what I'm saying? Because he's not black American, we need to always let that be known. You know what I'm saying? But let's see. I've been wondering often if Du Bois and others had Booker T. Washington killed. I ain't gonna hold you, Jason. Like, I didn't think about it. I thought, you know, he just, you know, died of old age or died of, you know, some sickness or whatever. But I'm gonna look into it. Because I wouldn't be surprised, yo. Sabotage and all of that shit is not uncommon. You feel me? It's not uncommon whatsoever. So it wouldn't surprise me. It won't surprise me at all. Come on, camera. Get right. Sorry about the blurriness. You know, you won't be able to see just how handsome I am tonight, but it's all good. Let's get back to the article. So he don't even want to be around. This is what I be talking about. These niggas be sitting in their ivory towers telling white people about black Americans. It's telling black people about white Americans and fucking up the entire dynamic. But when they talk about all of the stuff that black America needs and all this other stuff and the black American wants, they don't even be around. I told y'all Did I tell y'all? That's in episode 5. Y'all, I cannot wait for y'all to see episode 5. But anyway, in episode 5, they criticized the NAACP of being a bunch of elitists. You feel me? Like they were a bunch of mixed black people, white people, and Jewish people who really didn't have a single real affinity for Black America, and they were just using the issues in Black America to bolster their own programs. And plenty of people called them out for that shit back in those days. Like, yo, son, these people are only focused on their own agenda. They do not care about Black America as a whole. They don't care. And they said this over and over again back then, all throughout the early 20th century, son. They was calling out the NAACP. It was created in 1909. And from 1909 to present day, because I be bombing on the NAACP. You feel me? So we dealing with over 100 years of Black Americans being like, yo, the NAACP does not represent Black America. From inception. These are a bunch of elitist people who are using the issues of Black America to enrich themselves. Because as long as there is an issue of poor Black Americans, an issue of racism, an issue of discrimination, they'll be able to profit off of it. Booker T. Washington got a quote about that. Like, there's a whole section of people who enrich themselves off or always stirring the pot of tumultuous, race relations or just issues overall. And they do that so they can get rich. This is Du Bois and them. So let's see. 50 for Paul. But it is a waste of space and labor to discuss Dr. Du Bois, for he is absolutely without influence and following within the race or without it for that matter. So they let him like, yo, son, it's 1915, bro. He doesn't really run shit. They was poking holes in this whole shit. Like, yo, son, do not get lost in the pimping. That's what I be telling y'all. This is an article telling you what I be saying on stream. Don't get lost in the pimping. Just because that nigga is a great orator, if the ideals don't jive with your common sense, don't fuck with it. If you gotta forego your common sense for that shit to make sense, then that ain't good for you. The reason why you fuck with the shit that I be saying and y'all be sitting on stream with me for hours is because the shit that I be kicking really be common sense shit for real. It be common sense shit. Yeah, yo, white people was mad. Crackers was mad specifically because black men were making money from selling watermelon. That makes fucking sense. That makes common sense. So they created this stereotype to cope with their insecurities. That makes common sense. Black men during the drug era were buying kilos of cocaine and heroin, breaking them down and selling them in the neighborhoods because they wanted profit and quickly without paying taxes. They wanted to build wealth. That makes common fucking sense. These are just simple things. I'm not sitting here saying, I'm not reinventing the intellectual wheel here. I'm spitting back to you already the common sense that you have just through a historical lens. A black American historical lens, I might add. But yeah, this shit jive with you. This shit makes sense to you because it's just common sense. It's just common sense from 100 years ago. Like these black American, like their ancestors weren't dumb, son. They weren't. Yo, they. I'm sorry that y'all, not y'all, but a lot of people believe the ancestors were a bunch of ignorant people. But there's words in here that I don't even know the definitions of. I've never heard of this word, anent. I don't know if that's a typo, but I've never heard of this word. But they using it like everybody understands it in 1915. Like dead ass. Like, does this article read like an ignorant person wrote it? Or does it read like a motherfucker with common sense wrote it? This was in 1915. This is what I be trying to understand. I don't be getting y'all, son. I don't, like, what do you think America was like 100 years ago? What do you think America was like 200 years ago? Do you honestly think there was a bunch of just, like, there was a bunch of just retarded people walking around? There's a bunch of stupid people walking around? Like, is that what you truly think? I be wondering about these niggas, dog. I be wondering, like, where did y'all get this information from? But then I remember, white women, your white liberal teachers sat here and told y'all that your ancestors were a bunch of dumbass, feeble-minded, backward-thinking people that needed the white men to civilize them. In so many words. And the show sprinkling how mean and evil he was to your ancestors and how racist he was and shit like that. You feel me? But like, yo, y'all dead ass feel like y'all ancestors were a bunch of fucking idiots. I know y'all do. Y'all don't have any intellectual reverence for your ancestors. Absolutely fucking not. Dead ass, angry intellectual brain. Yo, that's a perfect point. They think it was like Red Dead Redemption. Dead ass, yo. And don't get me wrong, some, like in the 19th century, you feel me? Yeah, you had to deal with that. But like, son, there was doctors and lawyers, bro. Like there was architects. Like there were people who literally raised livestock and farms and had factories and shit, bro. We just like, what do you think niggas was doing? Like that shit is wild. Like I don't understand what y'all don't understand about just time. Like I think y'all really do think that this shit just all just like loaded up like a video game. Like towns just appeared magically. They just materialized out of the ether. Like, what the hell do y'all think? Niggas had to build those things, son. The White House was built by niggas. I told you Benjamin Banneker helped design the entire district of D.C., son. Created the first clock. If you didn't have a sundial, nigga, you couldn't tell time until a nigga made a clock in this country. But y'all niggas be walking around with these inferiority complexes, man. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all dumb as hell. This shit was written in 1915, absolutely scorching W.E.B. Du Bois bitch ass. You hear me? Let's get back into it. Let's see. So yeah, he didn't have no influence with white or black people. Again, he was just around his circle of people. They had enough money to buy a magazine, The Crisis, and just spew they bullshit. You feel me? And that's it. He had, some influence, but it wasn't that dope. And that's why he seized the opportunity after Booker T. Washington died to kick his back in, because he's a bitch. And I know it's gonna be people like, damn, you talking about the ancestors like this? Like, yo, listen, man, I get it. I tried to be objective with Du Bois. I do, because there's certain things that I do appreciate, like his what's the one, the Negro in Philadelphia. I think that study was pretty cool. Like, he has information. Don't get me wrong. Like, he has information that I use. You know what I'm saying? He was an intellectual after all. However, he was still a bitch ass nigga, dog. Like, I'm sorry. Everything that I've read about him, as far as his behaviors and how he was acting out here and how he was moving in these streets, he was acting like a bitch. I ain't gonna lie. You was smart, knowledgeable and shit, but you was still a bitch ass nigga. You could be both. So, let's see. What we got here? All he has ever done for anybody in his life, he did it for Du Bois. And it is only a question of time before he will run completely out. His kind always do. So, he's saying that, this is funny, it's not like the ancestors responding to me. Like, I was like, he's intellectual, he's this, that, the third. And then the ancestors like, yeah, all he has ever done for anybody was for to advance himself and nobody else. So, yeah, we appreciate the fact that he did a little study here and there or whatever the fuck. But that nigga only did it to enrich himself. And that's what I be talking about. Y'all come to my streams and get inspired, nigga. Y'all come to my streams and get motivated, nigga, and get educated on the ancestors. Y'all don't be sitting here for 3 hours learning about how fucked up Black America was. Y'all hear about shit y'all never heard before. How many of y'all heard about Master Willie H. Butler before I put him on screen? To inspire y'all, if you have a son or a daughter or are planning on having one, yeah, get them into some instruments. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Have them be a master of their craft early. He's 12 years old cooking shit. Won a scholarship to a school that I would have to assume was made for young adults, and he was 12. got a scholarship and was learning under the wing of a very prominent musician, a violinist, who learned all of what he learned from a black man. That's all. That's several degrees of black American excellence right there. Several degrees. And you can go look him up. You know what I'm saying? Find out more about him, learn more about him. That's what we do over here. So you come out of here and rich. Du Bois, his studies and shit, that shit don't. He did copy Booker T. Washington's swag with the Negro in Business. I want to say he wrote that after Booker T. Washington wrote it. But like for the most part, that shit was. The name of his shit was called The Crisis, bro. I'm pretty sure he had some positive shit in that fucking magazine, but most of that shit was negative. Again, just using the plight of black America to enrich himself. That's exactly what I said. If Fisk University and Harvard turn out many more such products as Du Bois, why it will be a powerful argument against the higher education of the Negro. God damn. If this is what higher education in the Negro race looks like, a bunch of self-loathing, self-hating niggas coming out of these institutions, you feel me? Then nah, fuck that. You don't need it. You don't need a degree for what? So you can hate yourself? You got all of that education, all of that shit just to hate yourself. Nah. See, that's the difference. See, when I create the separation between myself and degenerates, I have absolutely every right to shame and be against the degenerates. What W.E.B. Du Bois did was put everybody who wasn't in his class or thought like him, period, whether they were decent or degenerate people or not, they was all the 90%. That's where that talented 10th bullshit comes from. I think it comes from Soviet Russia, but whatever. You feel what I'm saying? So he looks at just us, just the 10%. We're good. I can deal with that. The 90% though, that's them niggas over there. That's how he always treated black America. And black Americans understood that. And so if this is what going to college is, you getting educated and then hating or wanting you hating or looking down on the 90% of black America, then fuck that. We don't need any of that. You making college educated people look bad. Like they were cooking him. That's just the first publication that chimed in. Let's get to the next one. This is from the Baltimore Commonwealth. That's the name of the publication. Let's get to that one. Du Bois' tribute to Dr. Washington, the late lamented leader, would have been received with better grace when the nation and his friends were bowed in grief had he confined his cogitation. Again, more words. Y'all can't tell me y'all heard of this word. Cogitation? Never heard of that. To praise rather than to blame. Letting them know they're being intellectual about it, but they're cooking him. Yo, listen, fam. If the shit that you said about Dr. Washington was a little bit more respectful, on a respectful side, then we wouldn't be on your ass right now. We wouldn't be flaming your bitch ass up right now if you would just kept it cute and talk to him nice. But you didn't. You thought this was the time to slander a man, to kick a man's back in while he's literally down. He's dead. He's not getting back up. And you thought this was the perfect time to assert yourself as the leader in bullshit. So let's see. There is no time for criticism. This is no time for criticism. What the fuck are you doing criticizing a dead man? A man who just died. Because I'm criticizing Du Bois, who is dead. But he ain't just died. I'm trying to think of somebody who I disagree with. By name. Give me somebody, y'all. Give me somebody who, Conscious Lee. Y'all know I don't fuck with that Conscious Lee nigga. At all. But God forbid if Conscious Lee died today, son, I wouldn't be hopping on a timeline talking about, fuck him and all this other shit. Now, if let me stay consistent. Cause I ain't gonna lie, it's a few of you niggas that I don't give a fuck. There's a few of you niggas I would give a fuck, but you know what I'm saying? Overall, Booker T. Washington. Yo, why is the fucking camera doing this? Oh my God. I'm gonna be fixated on this shit. Yeah. Let me not even, because I'm gonna lose my mind. I don't know why it's doing that, y'all. Sorry. I don't really care though. But I was about to say. So yeah, son, like I'm not about to do that, fam. This is the black American man right now. Like he is the man. There is no, you know what I'm saying? And there's other decorated black men, obviously. But Booker T. Washington was that guy, fam. Like, I really can't stress this enough. He was really that guy. So it's like, yo, who are you to even talk about him? And anyway, millions differ with Dr. Du Bois. Millions differ with Dr. Du Bois if the Afro-American ledger quotes him correctly in the justice and fairness of the charges by which the dead man is made responsible for the consummation of Negro disenfranchisement, the decline of the Negro college and public schools, and the firmer establishment of color caste in the land. Could you imagine saying that about Booker T. Washington? This is the same month that he died. And look what he said about him. He's made responsible for the consummation of Negro disfranchisement, the decline of the Negro college and public schools, and the firmer establishment of color caste in the land. It's the complete opposite of what Booker T. Washington stood for. And you slandering a man's name, and his body didn't even get cold yet, son. His body not even in the ground. And you saying this about him. How dare you, nigga? What institutions did you build? Because the last time I checked, it was a bunch of black men who built Tuskegee. Last time I checked, it was Booker T. Washington who created the National Negro Business League, which still thrives and lives to this day. Last time I checked, it was Booker T. Washington who could literally created bricks and sold them to fund the building of Tuskegee. Last time I checked, Booker T. Washington and his know-how raised countless black Americans out of poverty based upon his teachings. What the fuck did you do in comparison to that? For you to say that, yo, Julius Rosenwald, at the request of Booker T. Washington before he died, told that motherfucker, yo, build as many schools for the black youth. For the black youth. 5,000 schools were built in the name of Booker T. Washington. Towns were named after him. Ships. Naval ships were named after him. Streets were named after him. Children were named after him. Fuck are you talking about? He did all of that while he was alive and after he died, son. And here you are, a lone hater. Millions of Afro-Americans disagree with you. But here you are in your motherfucking book or wherever you wrote this bullshit at, talking this bullshit. Nah, fuck that. Anyway, there can be no getting together when leaders like Du Bois persist in waving the bloody shirt and marring the solemnity of an incident which has called forth universal grief. You stomping on that man's grave, son. You dancing on that man's grave. And you think we supposed to respect that? Yo, real shit, this should have been it. This should have been it. This should have been the #1 disqualifier of W.E.B. Du Bois, son. This should have disqualified him to ever had said anything to black America ever again, son. You slander Booker T. Washington, son. Oh, you got to get the fuck up out of here. There's no way. There's no way we should have tolerated this. We should have disgraced this nigga. We should have excommunicated this nigga. We should have exiled this nigga off the strength of this. Real shit. Everybody crying. Everybody is fucked up. And it ain't for no reason. This is Booker T. Washington we talking about here, son. Shit. I can only imagine how many unfinished deals, unfinished plans, unfinished, just different things that Booker T was working on before he died. And that's another thing now, for real, son. Like, Nika really sparked, like, he really made me interested in that, because I honestly thought Booker T. Washington died of natural causes. But now I gotta see, because this type of shit right here, disrespecting Booker T. Washington like this, nah, nigga gotta be investigated. I would have locked this nigga up. This is what I'm saying. I'm telling y'all, son, I would have been getting it shaken if I was born in these times. Let me have been this age in 1915. Oh, I'm cooking. We about to see. We about to be on you, son. We about to be on you, because I already know I would have already linked with Booker T. Washington back then. I already would have linked with him. If everything the same. I was born in New York, moved to North Carolina as a teenager. Well, 17, 18. So yeah, as a teenager, I would have met him. If I didn't meet him in Providence, when I moved to Providence, I would have met him when I moved to North Carolina. I know it. Because I would have went to one of the National Negro Business League. That, off the rip, that's where I would have met him at. I'm going to the National Negro Business League convention that's in either New York, in Providence, or in Raleigh. Wherever I lived, we was going to go to the convention, and I was going to link with Booker T. Washington. I already know. Like, yo, big fan of your work. I read Up From Slavery. I read Working with the Hands. I probably would have listened to one of them town builder niggas and moved down to wherever, Mississippi, Alabama, or whatever, and we started building a town, got equity in the town, told my mom I'll be back. Well, yeah, I would have did everything I could to get close to him and learn from him, son. 100%. Let me get the Tuskegee on scholarship. Work my ass off. You know what I mean? Hell yeah. I ain't gonna hold you. I probably would have been Booker T. Washington shooter. Oh, yep. When Trotter came in there, when William Trotter came into the church, popping that bullshit with his 9 friends, disrupting the speech that Booker T. Washington had, I probably would have boomed his ass. Yup, probably would have shot him right there. Bop, bop. Come right out the suit with my shit. Boop, boop. Took care of that nigga. Don't even worry about it, Book. Keep going. Keep speaking. Real shit. I'm not going for it. I would have been a part of the Tuskegee machine for sure. Infiltrating all these different meetings and shit. NAACP. All these niggas. I'm all in there. Oh, yeah, for sure. Taking mad notes. Writing Booker T. Washington letters like, yo, OG, they talking about that they hemorrhaging bread. They need money. They got issues between the two leaders. She want to focus on anti-lynching. He wants to focus on economics. Neither one of them know what they doing. I would have been giving that nigga all the coffee, son. I would have got him all of the coffees. But I would have been like, yo, son, this is what's going on. I would have been an asset like a motherfucker to him, son. What? You shitting me? Booker T. Washington was that nigga, son. You like the shit he was getting into, the shit that he was building. Are you shitting me, my nigga? I would have been all over that. Pause. I would have been tapped in. Booker T. Washington would have been the big homie. You shitting me? The same way niggas be treating like Tukey and them and Big U and all these different niggas. That's how I would have treated Booker T. Washington, son. Like, that's OG. That's triple O. I kill a nigga behind Booker T. Washington, son. I would have been his crash out, like, yo, son. And you know, Booker T would have been like, yo, chill. Yo, you don't gotta do this, though. Just chill. Hotep. I'm like, yo, I heard you, Booker T, but they keep playing with your fucking name. They keep playing with your name. They calling you this. They calling you that. I'm reading the newspaper. They popping it. They talking crazy shit about you. And he would have been like, yo, doe, relax. You don't got to take it there. They just talking. Let them talk. We out here building. You know what we doing is actually positively affecting the Negro race and da-da-da-da-da. And I would have been like, yo, OG, for sure. But I'm telling you, if I see that nigga WEB, son, I'm popping on him, son. I'm popping on him. It's up when I see him. As soon as I see him, son, I'm punching that mustache off his face. Real shit. So I'm letting you know right now, call it what you want. I'm letting you know I'm popping on him as soon as I see him. As soon as I see him, it's up and it's stuck for him. All day. For life. I don't like how they was playing with his name. Booker T. Washington, that's how you know you doing something right. Right? That's what they tell you, right? If you're not, you're not doing it right if you don't got haters. And that's a fact. That's a fact, son. I'm telling you, Memphis, I would have popped right off as soon as I seen him. Yo, son, I was going through the archives when I was doing the independent research for one of my clients, right? And I seen that they had an advertisement for a W.E.B. Du Bois speech. And I'm like, yo, I would have heckled that nigga. I would have went to the speech and was like, boo, boo, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, nut ass nigga, fuck out of here. I would have been like, boo, boo this man. He has no land. He owns nothing. Just a bunch of fucking suits. He just talks for a living. This nigga is fucking Jenny Jones. This motherfucker is Ricky Lake. Fuck him. Boo. I would have had no respect. They would have had to escort me the fuck up out of there. Yo, fuck you, nigga. Boo. You not even black for real. Boo. Yeah, I would have heckled the shit out of him at every event. I would have made sure. And when I'm not working with Booker T. Washington and building and helping young men get trades and build wealth for themselves and shit, I'm at every event booing the fuck out of Du Bois, nigga. Every last one. Boo. Boo. And back then, this is the age of tomatoes. This is when tomato throwing was like originated. So I come with a fucking tote bag full of rotten tomatoes. Boo! Fuck out of here, nigga. Just pelting him with tomatoes everywhere he go. Y'all remember, matter of fact, y'all remember when on Boondocks, Riley was stalking Santa at the mall and how he popped on him on site every time? That's how I would have treated W.E.B. Du Bois. I promise you. I would be on his body, son. I would have been on his body at every event, son. Boo! Fuck out of here, old head. Not trying to hear that. Boo! And then after Booker T. Washington died, my OG is not here to tell me what to do no more. I don't know. I don't know if he makes it. Sorry. If Booker T. Washington is my OG, he dies the way he dies, and I feel like y'all poison my nigga. I feel like y'all poison OG. And then I'll read William in the newspaper talking about, he worsened disfranchisement of the Negro. He ruined black schools and all this other shit. I'm reading this in the paper like, ain't no fucking way. Where's he at? We're going to Massachusetts tonight. I'm telling you, son, I'm on his body, son. Honestly, son, this speaks to the benevolence of black Americans in this point. Because I'm telling you, when I'm watching all these documentaries, them Trap Lord Ross documentaries about these drillers and killers and all this other shit, niggas die for less in these nigga circles. Even the old gangsters from the 80s and the 90s when and all of that, in LA and all of that, where it's like really started kicking up. Niggas was dying for less. Your OG dies mysteriously, and then the month he dies, the ops, this bum, is talking cash shit about him? Oh, nah. Oh, nah. This can't. No, we're not going for that. You gotta go. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling you, I would have tried to smoke W.E.B. Du Bois. You know what I'm saying? Tell him, chat. Like, we're not going for that. We're not going for that type of shit. Yeah, Memphis, I would have been, yo, son, I'm telling you, I would have been, I know you in there, nigga, come out. Come on out. Come on out, nigga, we heard what you said. We out here. It's Big Tuskegee outside your crib. Tuskegee is at your front door. Come on out, bro. You thought you was going to have to worry about crackers. No, it's us. It's a bunch of niggas from Alabama and Mississippi ready to do you bad. Because you talk crazy about OG Washington. Are you fucking dumb? Are you high, nigga? Are you drunk? This nigga gotta be drunk. We doing you bad tonight. You gonna pray for death the way we doing you. We ripping that mustache off your face. You going completely bald. You not about to do the sides no more. You're done. You're done. We running you up out of here. Fuck is wrong with you? Who told you to say anything? Trying to tell y'all, son, I would have went up for Booker, yo. Booker, what? Booker would have had to go out his way to like, yo, son, just please leave Dubes out of it. Don't tell Dubes, because he's going to go up. He's going to go crazy. I found out you killed my OG, and then you slandered his name after that, my nigga. You are not going to live. You're not about to go to sleep peacefully. You're not about to be able to walk around comfortable. Nigga, are you dumb? You're out of your mind. I'm trying to tell you. Let's get back to the article, because this motherfucker's got me hot for real. Here we go. We are glad that this noted critic has made no mistake in his public policies and that he possesses no shortcomings. We rejoice in the fact that this critic adequately grasps the growing bond of politics and industry, that he understands the deeper foundations of human training, and that his understanding of the foundation between white and black is not one of caste. Washington, so this is all sarcasm. Washington has built his monument not to Tuskegee as represented in brick and mortar, but to Tuskegee as represented in the gratitude of 8,000 graduates and the admiration and something else. I couldn't finish it in the screenshot. And then this is the final one. Yo, I'm telling y'all, son, I ain't gonna hold y'all, son. That shit really got me mad. Now I got, yo, they better not have killed Booker T. Washington. I'm telling you. Man, I swear to y'all, man. Let's see. This is the final one. This is from the Iowa State Bystander. As a matter of fact, the Iowa State Bystander is the same newspaper that had the list of those accomplishments that we read earlier. Clearly a pro-black. Anytime that you see a screenshot from a newspaper on my page, 99% chance. I'll say 95. Sometimes I might print some non-black stuff, but 95% of the time it's from a black newspaper. So this is from the Iowa State Bystander. The Crisis Mistake is what they called it. Boom. The December number of The Crisis, a monthly magazine published under the auspices of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, in New York, made an unwarranted attack upon the life, work, and aim of the late Dr. Booker T. Washington by its editor, Mr. Du Bois. In an editorial on the death of Dr. Washington, he says, after paying some complimentaries, quote, on the other hand, there can be no doubt of Mr. Washington's shortcomings. He never adequately grasped the growing bonds of politics and industry. So the previous article or the previous publication was sarcastically saying that, oh, we are so happy, Mr. Dubois, that you have all of these things that you say that Booker T. Washington has, even though you haven't built a single fucking institution. You got all of this grasp on the growing bonds between politics and industry, but you don't have no fucking industriousness in you. You don't have any institutions in you, and the best that you have is the NAACP, which clearly caters to a bunch of mulattoes, whites, and Jews. That's what the NAACP is all about. So please tell me how you have the grasp of politics and industry that Dr. Washington didn't, but you haven't built nearly as much as what Dr. Washington built. Where are your thousands of graduates out of your institution? Where is it? I know you worked at an institution that was built by niggas like Booker T. Washington, but what institution did you build? Not a fuck one. On the other hand, in stern justice, he must lay on the soul of this man a heavy responsibility for the consummation of the Negro disenfranchisement, the decline of Negro college and public schools, and the firm establishment of color caste in the land. That's what he said about him. That's all of the slander. Like, why would you write this about a man who just died, who was beloved as Booker T. Washington was? Now, if this was a nigga who was like you, then yeah, I ain't got no problem with that. Fuck it. But what? Booker T. Washington, are you stupid? Anyway. We think that at this time, when the race in the civilized world are in mourning for our country's loss, was not the proper time to hash up the shortcomings of any man's life. See, just distasteful. Just distasteful. We don't fuck with you at all. It was indeed the most untimely occasion to mention the faults in him, even though he did not fully agree to his doctrine. It is indeed narrow in any man, much less unbecoming a great editor in a great magazine, who is anxious to become a leader of our race. You see, they all peeping it. Like, yo, you just want to get niggas out the way so you can be the leader. Like, we see the play. Like, we see what you trying to do, my nigga. Like, you want everybody, yo. This is how I know I be on point and I don't be misinterpreting the ancestors. I tell y'all the difference between Booker T. Washington being a kingmaker and then W.E.B. Du Bois just wanting to be the king. He can't coexist with any other kings. That's not how kingdoms work. You can only have one king in a kingdom. You feel me? Booker T. Washington, he wanted everybody to be their own kings in their own castle. Yo, if you run clothing factories, be the king of that shit. If you run a farm, be the king of that shit. If you're a doctor, be the king of that shit. If you're a dentist, if you're a vet, if you're a plumber, if you're an electrician, if you're a carpenter, be the king of that shit. Be the leader of that shit. Run your own industry. Be titans of industry. Be the man in your household and your communities. Be your own king. W.E.B. Du Bois was like, I need to be your king. Because again, niggas like him, they're nothing without subjects. Think of any king throughout history. Now take away his subjects. Take away the serfs. Take away all the people that toil his land, that hunt for his food, that keep him clean and all this other shit. Take away all his servants. Take away all his staff. Take away all of the population. What does a king have? If he has no subjects. If he has no people to rule over, what does he have? Nothing. He doesn't have shit. You're sitting in a fucking castle by yourself. You have nothing. But if you're teaching other people how to be kings, then you'll never be without. If you're teaching people how to be self-sufficient, you'll never be without people who are loyal to you. But people like Du Bois wanted to force their hand. They wanted to force their way into being a black leader. Listen to me. Listen to the 10% of us. I'm telling you, it's a very elitist, very narrow-minded view of black America. And you'll never be able to convince me otherwise. He was a bad leader. I'm telling you. And they peeped it. The ancestors peeped it. They knew. They knew he was full of shit. They knew that, oh, you just doing this because you want to be in position. You want to be next up. That's it. You just want to be next up. All right, where we at next? Where we at? Damn, it's already 10:30. We gotta hurry up and get to the archives. Damn. Yeah, Mr. Du Bois, you are too small a man and too narrow a man to be the leader of the American Negro. Woo! When I tell you they was cooking this nigga. You feel me? They were cooking this nigga. What they say? What they say, chat? Mr. Washington, you are too small a man and too narrow a man to be the leader of the American Negro. You a bitch. You are a hoe. You are a fraud. You can never be Booker T. Washington, nigga. You not even half the man he was. Talking cash shit about him. You can never be him, nigga. You can never be a leader, nigga. You are trash. You can never be this. They cooked this nigga's grits, you hear me? Let's see. Mr. Washington was not a politician in the sense that you speak of him. Neither was he antagonistic against colleges and public schools. His own life and actions, negative. Okay, I think that was just the early 20th century version of saying negate. So neither was he antagonistic against colleges and public schools. His own life and actions negate that fact, in that he always secured college graduates as teachers in his school, and he gave his own children the higher or collegiate education. After all, the editor of The Crisis cannot stop the praises and good words Dr. Washington is entitled to receive. No matter how much you hate that man, you can never stop us from loving him, son. You can never stop us from respecting that man. You seen what he put on land? Did you see what he built? Did you see what he stood for? Did you see what he taught? Did you see the countless black Americans that he put on? He tried to put your bitch ass on, and you didn't want to follow the program. So now you resorted to hating on a nigga. Bozo. So I say all of that to say, chat, fuck W.E.B. Du Bois, man. Fuck him. You can tell him I said it. So the original reason why we came to the media, yeah, you not him, Memphis. Yeah, Memphis, you are not him. You are not him. That's exactly right. Memphis said, I gotta drop the W.E.B. Du Bois diss like Ghosteen. I'm gonna have Ghosteen do it. I'll retweet it, but I ain't gonna make that shit. I don't even know how Ghosteen do that shit. Shout out to Ghosteen. Shout out to my big bro, man. You know what I mean? But so this is the whole reason why I even brought the media up. But I wanted to catch y'all up on the shit that I've been tweeting and let y'all know my reasons why I've been tweeting it. Now, if y'all remember, if y'all was here when we first uncovered this on stream, okay, we found this out together on stream, but I clipped it up. I be doing the digital versions of like the little clippings of like newspaper articles and shit like that. This is the digital version. Now, we went over this already before all of the new people. This was a Black American Mutual Aid Society who, through their membership dues, were able to offer their members free medical care, surgical care, and having a doctor on hand. And they were able to pay stipends every week for people who were out sick or had an accident and couldn't work, died and couldn't work. And this was all free. All provided free. So we was going back to what I was talking about as far as March to Ray. If these people weren't dedicated to making sure that the community at large was in a good position, this wouldn't have happened. See, people get to talking about social safety nets and shit like that, but then don't want to be the creators of the net. They want it to come from the government. And I get it. You feel me? We pay taxes, yada, yada, yada. But the government is never going to come save you. You should know that by now. And the ancestors knew this. Mr. Percy Stone, he knew this. So they created mutual aid societies throughout the country. Some focused on medical. Others focused on land. Others focused on employment. Others focused on business investment. You know, these were the precursors to life insurance companies and banks. And then they gained more popularity, and a lot of them just branched off and created a bank, like the United, what is it called? The United Reformers. Yeah, the Reformers, they created a bank in 1899, the same year as this article came out. So that's where all of this comes from. Doing for self, group economics. I talk about like reparations and how my idea is like being able to invest in Black American financial institutions. Black American educational institutions, to be able to make sure that the money is always going to keep circulating and working for itself. I tell y'all all the time that you need your money to be making money. That's just how it works. You need to put your money to work, and that'd be great. And I'm not saying all the reparations need to go through this process, but I think a considerable amount, if we're talking cash, 25, maybe even 50% of the cash goes into Black American financial institutions and immediately gets invested into Black America via these institutions. Safeguarded, being able to have people how hedge fund managers, manage your wealth. Same type of deal. You dig what I'm saying? Building other institutions that are going to help. So more educational institutions, especially trade schools. Okay, more technical schools for all of the tech certifications and stuff like that. More agricultural institutions that'll teach people to get, the lessons of agriculture and being able to grow our own foods and create our own food market distributions and, all of this other stuff. So where we're supplying the wants and mainly the needs of Black Americans first and foremost, using that supplied need to, compounding on that supplied need to build Black America more and more. So now with us owning all of this land, farming all of these produce, now that of course allows us or gives us a reason to create more and more grocery stores. All of this down the vertical integration line, creating employment that we've never seen before since the late 19th and early 20th century. That's what I'm saying. So everybody gets to have their checks and shit like that. That's cool. Get your checks. But also, we have to think bigger picture. We have to think with, some type of vision, some type of foresight, being forward thinking. That's how I would look at it. You dig what I'm saying? I would look at it this way. Being able to invest in all of the things that made Black America great once upon a time, or even to this day. Because there's still great things happening. Shout out to Simone Bies. Shout out to King Randall. Shout out to Marsh DeRay. Shout out to Sonny Johnson. There are a lot of people right now currently building and forging and pretty much advancing Black America right now in 2025. Trust and believe. It doesn't stop. It's just that it's my job as a historian to make sure people understand those people. And they know who those people are. You feel me? I told them all directly, all of you who I admire and I think are doing amazing things, you are automatically going to be in the Hotep history books. Don't worry about it. Your legacy is safe with me. I told them all that directly. You dig what I'm saying? So, the entire premise is to be able to look out for one another. And the point that I wanted to always make is that traditionalism and traditions, cultural customs, especially the ones that were made and forged fresh off of the plantation or during the time of the plantation, is special for a reason. It's gotten us to this point. It literally advanced millions of people over the span of hundreds of years, fam. So when I start talking about the importance of having family, the importance of group economics, the importance of trade work, the importance of actual concerted education, going into a particular field like medicine, business, STEM, law, not going for bullshit degrees, all of that. This is all Black American culture. These are all Black American traditions. Being self-sufficient, being self-governing. One of the first things that I learned from Marsh DeRay is that the first gun laws in this country were to bar Black people from owning guns. And that's why he has a saying that, gun laws are racist. They inherently are. There was no gun law on the books that said anything about white people not being able to own guns. Because they understand those is freedom sticks. You feel me? Those is freedom sticks right there. And white people need to have them. We wouldn't have won the war without the freedom sticks. So they understood the importance of it. And they didn't want Black people to have them. Now, our ancestors being the G's that they were, they still own guns. They still own guns. Every law that was clearly oppressive, Black people just broke them. Slaves can't read or write. Okay, gonna break that law. We're gonna break that law. Oh, Black people and slaves, we can't have guns. We're breaking that law, fam. We're gonna break that law. You're not. Yo, it's either follow the law and die unarmed, or break the law, get found or whatever, and I shoot my way out of that shit. It was really like that decision is not hard. Like, that's why I be trying to tell y'all when it comes to when y'all be saying shit about black codes and shit like that. Like, you don't think niggas was breaking those codes? Like, you don't think they was breaking them laws? The black code said that black men couldn't have guns. And every first-hand account of black America in the South, especially in the South during this time, was like, yo, you couldn't find a black American house without a gun in it. You think because a white man wrote it on the books that black people not allowed to have guns, that the black man was like, all right, let me toss out my guns? Half the raids, when it came down to the KKK running in people's cribs and shit like that, they was trying to get guns out of there. Dead ass, son. Like, our ancestors, our ancestors wasn't going for that shit. Black people, enslaved or free, can't have guns. All right, come get them. We the original don't tread on me. See, they don't tell you about the ancestors booming the Klan. They don't tell you about that. See, this is why I'm here. Let me tell y'all. What was George? What was my son's name? George Denning? I think that's his name is. I think that was his name. I know I made a video on him. Oh, yep. There you go. Right here.
George Denning, after gaining some success in farming and land acquisition, plus the jealousy of that success from his white neighbors, a mob of 25 men descended upon his property in Kentucky in 1897. George shot and killed one of the mobbers. He was charged with murder and then found guilty of manslaughter. He was pardoned by the governor after black churches and political clubs petitioned for his release. He moved to Indiana, sued his attackers, won a $50,000 or almost $2 million adjusted for inflation against 6 of them, including a lien on the estate of the mobber he killed. George Denning.
What? You feel me? So this is what I'm talking about. The type of history that I be watching and reading and learning about, there is no inferiority complex over it. It's impossible, because I know there was a nigga named George Denning that boomed a cracker to hell who tried to kill him. Got arrested, got charged with manslaughter. The black community rallied behind him and was like, no, you're not going to do that. Then he gets out. Then he sues the niggas that attacked him, and then was able to win the money from the estate of one of the crackers that shot him. And y'all want me to walk around with an inferiority complex? Are you niggas dumb? Are you out of your fucking mind, my nigga? Do you not see the fly shit we was getting into? That was 1897, son. 1897. Y'all have absolutely no idea the type of shit we was kicking up during this time. Hold on, there's another one. Yeah, man, I don't understand these niggas, bro. I don't understand these niggas. Y'all would rather not hear about these stories. I remember I was talking about black people shooting the KKK. And these motherfuckers was telling me that they couldn't. What the fuck you mean they couldn't? What are you talking about? They couldn't. Yes, they could. They did. Like, yo, they really think the ancestors was just a bunch of bitch ass niggas. I'm trying to tell you. They think they don't know what the fuck. They honestly think that they know better than the ancestors. Y'all seen words that I ain't never seen. Hey, yo, son, there are words that I have never seen before that the ancestors was reading and writing. And I'm in the 21st century with Google, and I never seen some of them fucking words. And they was using them off the dome. Off the dome. And you want to try to tell me that y'all niggas is somehow better than the ancestors? Y'all niggas is fucking, I hate these niggas. I hate you niggas. What am I looking for? Having a brain fart. But there was another video. It's in the Black American Defense video. It's all in there. It's just excerpts from that video. It's an hour long. It's super packed with information and shit like that. But like legit, son. Like there was a man. He was sitting in his crib. He had his gun, and a bunch of Klansmen was outside his crib. And he told them, yo, if you step foot in this door, I am going to shoot every last one of y'all. None of the Klansmen walked up. None of the Klansmen wanted to take that risk. They calmed the fuck down. They thought better of it. You feel me? Let's not do that tonight. Niggas was shooting Klansmen left and right, but they won't tell you that. Why? Why would they tell you that? Why would they tell you to be proud? You feel me? This is what we was doing. This is a real depiction of what the fuck was going down. This is a black man booming a white man, a British white man, to hell. To hell with you. Yes. I forgot which person this is. Because his name is in the history books. You feel me? They just don't talk about him. But yes, this is a real depiction. This is a black man shooting a British man for the freedom and independence of the United States of America, nigga. And y'all want to tell me about being anti-American while also being pro-black American? Is oxymoronic. You can't do it. Because this is what black America looks like. This right here is the epitome of black America. This is what black America looks like. This is the representation of black America. Soak it in. Drink it in. This is what black America looks like for real. This is what it is. Wasn't going for it. This is my motherfucking country. Fuck is y'all niggas talking about? You'll never have me be ashamed or not proud to be an American, nigga. He was. Out of your mind. I just love this picture, son. This picture is so fire. The pinky ring just sets it off. Because I know he caught and killed this animal, whatever it is, himself. No, that's not Crispus Attucks. That was somebody else. Crispus Attucks died as soon as the war started. He was the first one to die. So, nah. What was this? Oh, this is Juneteenth. Oh yeah, we ain't got to go back that far. We've been on stream since then. But there was a video. About the self-defense. But anyway, let's head on over to the archives real quick. We're going to peruse through the archives, and we're going to get up out of here by like 11:15, 11:30. Let's see. Shout out to the Clippers, too. Oh, yeah. I wanted to shout y'all out. The Clippers who've been clipping my clipping my streams up. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are a gem. I don't want to do it. I'm just going to be totally honest. I'm a lazy bastard when it comes to the clipping, bro. I do all of this talking for hours in one clip. And one, you know what I mean by clip in that regard. And I don't want to go through this shit again and clip it up. I don't. So shout out to the Clippers. I really do appreciate y'all. Y'all can clip this up. It's all love. President Hotep Dubes. He fuck with y'all. Y'all doing the work that I don't want to do, and y'all do it valiantly, and I appreciate y'all for helping me spread my message. Cause I get the rambling. I be in this motherfucker ranting for 4 hours straight and shit. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that. I appreciate all of y'all for coming through too. You know what I mean? Being able to talk to y'all, get some feedback from y'all is always dope. My boy Goldstein is in this motherfucker. Goldstein, is you? Let me know if you in here. Still, let me know if you still in here, cause the chat got a request for you. You still in here, Goldstein? Let me know. The archives. That's what we going. I need a new window. New window. Yeah, there we go. I gotta go through my Gmail, y'all, and I gotta do it in a different window because y'all can't be all up in my inbox business. You feel me? It'd be major shit going down in the inbox. All right, so Goldstein, we need a diss song for W.E.B. Du Bois. We need a diss song for W.E.B. Du Bois. No holds barred. We ain't gotta even, you know what I'm saying? I know how you give it up. You can be Mr. Disrespectful when you want to. We need a diss song for W.E.B. Du Bois. That man danced on Booker T. Washington's grave, fam. He disrespected and desecrated a great man, and we are not going to let that fucking slide at all. So we need a diss song. You are like the king of the AI songs, so we need one of those, bro. We need one of those for sure. Like, we can't let that stand. Motherfucker got super disrespectful with the ancestor, bro. Super disrespectful. We can't let that live. We cannot let that live. All right, bet. Got the link. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely gonna be a part of Goldstein July. Fuck him. I was trying to be. Yeah, there we go. See, we don't fuck around here at Hotep Nation. You feel me? I was trying to be objective, Goldstein. I was trying to let him, you know, be on his shit and be the intellectual and shit, but once I learned he disrespected Booker T. Washington after he died, son, nah, it's fuck him now. It's really fuck him. So, we are in the archives, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the archives. I know this is one of your favorite parts. Now, just a little bit of information on the archives, ladies and gentlemen. We have officially, as far as this site goes, as far as this archive goes, we have selected, handpicked every last one of the Black American newspapers. So we are leaving no stone unturned. Look, all of the highlighted ones. Just look at the scroll. These are all Black newspapers. I've highlighted them all. Every last one of them. 300 in total. 300 publications in total. So when I tell y'all we are getting information we have never gotten, that's where I got the Master Willie Butler from. Like, yes, we are getting major developments in the research side of this. I have been learning so much. Now, originally, when we were in the archives, right? There were only 33 newspapers, and we got all of the information that we got. We was cruising and perusing through the archives, and we still was able to, and I was just through 33. Now we have 300. Oh, man, I need keywords. Come on. Now, while y'all thinking of keywords, put in there, keep in mind that we do not have to establish the word Negro because I've only selected Negro newspapers. So you don't got to worry about putting Negro or colored in that motherfucker. It's fine. It's already accounted for because these are they're all exclusively Black newspapers. Now, while y'all thinking of words to put into the archives to search for, there is a lighthearted side to my research. And that is finding comic strips from the funnies. And I found them. And my favorite so far is Breezy and the Yanceys. The Yanceys are a family of three. A mother and a father and a baby. Just a very cute comic strip. Breezy is a young kid, you know, going about life, learning new things every day. And I have been completely entertained by them. I love these comics, man. And again, when I be telling y'all about like my fascination with the ancestors and all of that stuff, is because of stuff like this, fam. See, I know that when it comes to your commie ass history teacher and your liberal ass history teacher and shit, if Black Americans ain't kicking up against the government or burning down a building in the name of resistance and revolution or being anti-American, then that's nothing to report. That's uninteresting. But me, I like shit like this. I like the fact that there was Black newspapers that had a funny section that just told funny Black stories. So here we go. The Yanceys. A little food is crazed by yours truly. Cornbread and milk ain't bad. Boom. Slurping, eating, singing while you eating. And JC, where's the baby's formula? Little funny strip. Like, yo, this is Black excellence to me. Shit like this. It's like, yo, just contributing to American advancement. That's it. Spencer Morgan, T. Melvin, these men, they just wanted to make people laugh, fam. Oh, look. Hold on. The Yanceys. Sure will be good to get home by the fire. Idea. Oh, excuse me. There was so much snow in the yard, the coalmen just dumped our coal in the alley. So he had an idea. Fire away, boy. And he had all of the neighborhood boys throw coal through Hitler's face. Through Hitler's face into the basement. See? It's a little cute shit like that, man. Everything doesn't have to be fucking revolutionary and fucking fuck the white man and all this other shit. It could just be reading Breezy on a Saturday. Hey, Breezy, wait up. What's cooking, bub? It's this math homework. It takes mean hours just to do the multiplication. Say, Mr. Store, the pet shop man will help you. But you ought to get one of those Easter bunnies he's selling. But how will that help me with my math? He says rabbits multiply very quickly. Oh, here we go. Oh, Lord. Let's see. Wow. Why the new Zoot and that dizzy look? I'm going to see my new girl. Guess it's like they say, in spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love. Okay. Yeah, but with you and those duds, I'd say in spring, a young man's fancy, enough said. Oh, what's this one? Jack Davis. This is more of a serious one. Well, Glass, we should be going strong soon if the cops don't interfere. Yeah. What's the matter with you? Did you see a ghost or something? Nah, just thinking. Musing over the dough you're gonna make? Heck nah. Thinking about that flat-foot Jack Davis. Maybe he's in on this new heat wave. What? We gotta find out about Jack Davis. Is this another detective? Jim Steele? Alright. We getting lost. Drill rap type this. Let it be known. Let it be known, Memphis. Alright, so anybody think of some keywords before I get to typing? Memphis, I know your last entry was Memphis. But let me know, y'all. We at the end. We did it. How long we was on stream tonight? Cause the time be flying, you heard? We went 3 hours. I mean 4 hours. We knew that. It's nothing. There's nothing to do it. Let me X out of this so I'm not confused. Give me some keywords. Give me some keywords. This is the point where y'all gotta interact. I ain't putting in no keywords without y'all asking. I ain't doing it tonight. Shout out to Ace Harlem, you heard? Shout out to Ace Harlem. I'm so upset that All Negro Comics only had one issue. Ace Harlem. That was the guy. That was the guy, man. Y'all niggas is not deaf. Come on, give me some keywords. Come on through. Because I was looking at the Yanceys. I was looking at the Yanceys. Oh, man. You know what I was doing, too? I'll be, like, writing in, like, people's, like famous people of today in old newspapers just to see if they came up. Like, let's see what Redman. Let's see what Redman comes up. Oh, man. See what Redman. Redman Hall, okay. Yeah, I think Wu-Tang will come up. Let's see if Wu-Tang will come up. Wu-Tang. Nah, nothing. Nothing for Wu-Tang. What else we got, man? Let's see with Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne. I would say different names or last names. What you mean, bro? Let's see, Lil Wayne. See if that if that changes anything. Ah, wait, we got a Lil Wayne. We got a hit on Lil Wayne. Let's see. Lil Wayne. Here we go. Lil Wayne Penn and Randolph Jones Jr., sons of Mr. and Mrs. Rudolph Jones Sr. of Brentwood, Maryland, are visiting their grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Lloyd Banks. Oh! Look at that one! We got 2 for 1. Yo, this is why we do the archives. Listen, I promise you, I did not stage that. I put that on everything I love. That is funny as hell, son. That's funny, son. I love the archive, son. That's what I was telling y'all, son. Sometimes I just do little funny shit like put in rappers' names and shit like that. And Lil Wayne went to go visit his grandparents, and his grandfather's name is Lloyd Banks. Oh, I love history so much, man. That is fire. You see why we had that? Yo, listen. And is this one of the 300? Yes, this is one of the 300. I mean, excuse me, this is one of the 200 and whatever, 270 ones that I added recently. Look, July 31st, 1954. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh, another point about this shit is these things that you just read, like just reporting on people's lives and shit. This was a common thing. This was a common thing back then in the late 19th in the 20th century. Where's the mouse at? Jesus. What's happening? Why is the mouse not moving? Oh my God. But anyway, through the late 19th and early 20th century, that's what they did, bro. They just would tell your business in the newspaper. Like, it was cool. So this was in Charlottesville. Okay, why is the mouse not moving? This is pissing me off. But yeah, they would just tell you random shit like that was going on. They would put your address out there, all of that shit, son. They put your address out there, and they would just tell you. Little Miss Paulette Preston of 1114 Gordon Avenue made a wonderful report at the Juvenile Elks meeting on Monday, July 26th from her vacation at Camp Carey. Her remarks were on religion and art. Miss Preston is the escort of the Juvenile Elks. This is, again, when we're talking about our Black American fraternal orders and stuff like that, they always had junior auxiliary groups for their children. If I'm an elk, my son and my daughter is going to be an elk as well. So they just made the child version of these fraternities. But this was great, y'all. I hope the Clippers clipped this one up. That was fire. I think we made our point with that one. So y'all getting all this entertainment. I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't give me a keyword by 11:10, we up out of here, G. Hotep got a life to live too now. You dig? All right, that was Lil Wayne. That was funny. Let's see. Trying to think, y'all. Ooh. Remember I was telling y'all All Negro Town? I didn't search it since I added all of these newspapers. Let's see what they got. think we got some good stuff, chat. What we got? Kinlock officials visit Chamber of Commerce president. I was signally honored on December 21st, 1957 by a visit from two of Kinlock's leading citizens, Mr. Harold Brewer, alderman and chairman of the street committee, and Mr. Philip Prince, one of Kinlock's leading businessmen. So, again, how I view the ancestors, right? I don't know if my contemporaries, what is wrong with me? My contemporaries view the ancestors in a way that they even think that this is possible. Like, I really do think they think we need the white man to govern us. I truly do. And I think that because, first and foremost, everything that they really appreciate about the life that they live is from white people. They got an education in a white institution. Their boss is probably white. Their lover is more than likely white or have been white. All of the stuff that they actually enjoy, the brands that they shop with are white owned usually. They love the white man. They love white people. But they'll mask it, because they're envious of them as well. So they want to be just like them, but envious because they're not like them, or at least, racially. And no matter how many books you read, no matter how many white schools you go to, white neighborhoods you move into, white people you lay with, you'll never be white. And they hate that. And I don't think that those types of people think that black Americans can govern themselves, even though we had hundreds of black towns. But anyway, Kinlock is an all-Negro town in Missouri, which is the home of some 8,000 or 10,000 souls. Being an all-Negro town, its citizens face the same problems primarily that Robbins has haste to meet. These gentlemen, having heard of our Chamber of Commerce and knowing of my deep interest in the progress of our village, made this pilgrimage to pay me a personal visit so that we might discuss affairs in general and the improvement of streets in particular. Kinlock at this time is about to embark on a large-scale street improvement program, including the blacktopping of all of its streets. Mr. Brewer stated that he would like to know what we are doing about improvement of our streets and what progress we had made on the program so that he could take this information back to his own city council. I was highly pleased with the visit from the civic-minded and forward-thinking gentlemen from our neighboring state, and pleased at the progress they reported. See? That's what I'm saying, fam. Just progress. Yo, listen. Oh, it's not done? In my humble way, I reported to them all of the information pertinent to their problems, and that I had at my command and recommended to them other sources of information. At the conclusion of their visit, I bade them farewell, and it's the only thing about fucking newspapers. You gotta find. Oh, and come on. This Zoom is so sensitive. All right. I bade them farewell and wish them Godspeed in all their undertakings. James Jackson, President Robbins, Chamber of Commerce. I guess Robbins was in Missouri. So, yeah, that's Kinlock, Missouri. I know y'all never heard of Kinlock. Let's see. Afro Day Festival. What's this? Let's see. We got Glasgow. Of course, Glasgow. It's all good. Better late than never, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm glad we was able to have a whole stream without technical difficulties, man. Okay, I'm learning something new tonight, chat. I haven't seen this before. What newspaper is this in? The Southern Advocate. Yeah, this is one of the ones. Oh, man. Let's see what we got here. This is good stuff. The Afro Day Festival. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Let's see. The Afro Day Festival Program Membership Drive and 12th anniversary of Professor I.E. Edwards, Supreme Vice President with the Afro-American Sons and Daughters. Have to look them up. I have to look them up. Sunday, October 20th, 1940, High School Auditorium, Mound Bayou, Mississippi. We all know about Mound Bayou. Shout out to Isaiah T. Montgomery. All right. Let's see. What the hell, man? This Zoom is so sensitive. This will be a great day for the Afros in the all-Negro town, Mound Bayou. Fully 2,000 Afros. I love that. That's what they're called, Afros. What's good, my Afro? 2,000 Afros will meet and hear the progress of the organization from Cousin Tom. Each lodge must lay aside everything and bring most of its members and spend the entire day. This will mark the 12th anniversary of Professor I.E. Edwards with the Afro-American Sons and Daughters. Many lodges will pay tribute to his service. Each message will be given on... No. Each lodge must send or bring at least 3 adult applications. All ex-hospital patients must be present. A special message will be given all FS and presidents of local lodges. Rain or shine, hot or cold, the meeting will go on. All must be on the ground at 10 a.m. for the juvenile program. And then they let you know what the program is going to be. We got song, prayer, introduction of visitors. The juvenile program, I guess that's from the youth, the kids. You had another trio, 3 people singing. Remarks by, oh my goodness, this Zoom is nuts. Remarks by Mr. Amos Freeman. That is the blackest name. That's the blackest name we're going to read tonight. Mr. Amos Freeman. That's a fact. Then the evening session, that starts at 1 p.m. promptly. You get a song, you get a scripture reading, you get prayer, another song, a welcome address, another song, reading, another song, introduction of speaker, an address, another song, expressions, 2-minute talks. I guess that's like a Q&A. Then another song, remarks by President I.E. Edwards himself, yell, which I guess that's where I would come in. This is my part of the program. I would start yelling at niggas. This is my part. Now we have come to the yell portion of the program, ladies and gentlemen. President Hotep Dukes, take it away. You niggas have to understand that we have ops. There are niggas like W.E.B. Du Bois and niggas like him who stand against the shit that we are doing here. This is an all-black town that we built with our hands, brick by brick. Okay? This is a program created by lodges across this country to see the betterment of black Americans. And we got niggas like Du Bois out here, and we need to stomp them out. Literally and figuratively. That's my section. The collection. Got it. Yeah, you already know. This shit ain't free. Come on, chip in. Pool resources. You feel me? And then Honorable T.J. Huddleston, founder and custodian of, I guess, this whole group. And then a quartet from Grenada High School. And then free refreshments. You know what I'm saying? And then the night session, a statewide contest of choirs, reading, solos, and quartets. Report of judges and awarding prizes. You will miss a treat if you miss this night program. Come early to get seats. It will close at 9 p.m. So from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. This is an all-day thing. The Afro Day Festival. Man. What else we got, man? What else we got? Because we about to get up out of here. Let's see. Knights and Daughters of Tabor, Mississippi jurisdiction, 65 years in America. This was 65 years old in 1941. Yeah. $200 policy for only $1.35 per quarter for adults. $50 policy offered children for only 25 cents per quarter. No red tape. Claims paid same day. Death proof is filed. Cash assets more than $92,000. $35,000 invested in government bonds. Safe and sure. More than 20,000 members in Mississippi. Executive officers: Sir P.M. Smith, Chief Grand Mentor, Mound Bayou, Mississippi. Dr. Katie Ailes, Grand High Priestess, Mound Bayou. Miss Reverend Mississippi, excuse me, Reverend William Lee, Chief Grand Scribe, coming out of Shelby, Mississippi. Yeah. Insurance policies, ladies and gentlemen. Insurance policies. What's this? The oldest, largest, and most outstanding all-Negro town, Mound Bayou. That was another thing. I gotta figure out the logistics behind the phone number shit, cause this is their phone number, 6J. I gotta figure out what that means. But yeah, you get a $200 policy for only $1.35 per quarter for adults. That's fire. So what year is this? Is 1941, right? 1941. So you know what we about to go with it. Let's say $200, right? Yep, $200 in 1941. $4,000. All right, adjusted for inflation. Got you. That's what's up, man. Looking out for ourselves. That's all. I think that's it, y'all. If y'all want to learn more, yeah, we done. It's the same ad. It's the same ad. This is Marion Williams, elected the head of Dayton NAACP. This is Mount Bayou again. Winstonville. January 11th, the all-Negro town of Winstonville has a temporary set of officials, but its governmental troubles apparently are not over. Governor Thomas L. Bailey named a slate of officials to succeed those recalled in an election December 15th and to serve until another election can be held. But the officials whom the electors voted 26-7 to recall have announced they will not surrender their posts. Oh no. So Winstonville, Mississippi. Let's see if Google has anything on Winstonville. Okay, it's near Mount Bayou because that's in the same county, Bolivar County, Bolivar. They don't even got no history on it. Damn, it's only 153 people that live in there right now. Sheesh. There's one white person that live in this town. Shout out to him. Oh, well, no more. No more white people. 99%. That's crazy. It still remains an all-black town. I mean, there's only 100 and some people there. Motto: a town on the move. Okay. So they don't give no history on it. Winstonville. Heard you. Let's see. History. Yeah, they ain't got nothing. A small town, the town, the population, probably, but yeah, they ain't got nothing for me. They ain't got nothing for me. I know more about Winstonville than Google. Many such cases. We're going to finish this roll and I'm out of here. For real. I'm tired. Who we got up here? A&T cadets complimented by General. Women praise Ferguson's modern restrooms. What's this? Mount Bayou again. That's how spoiled I am. I suck my teeth. Had a black town being mentioned. It's the same one that I already know about. It's like, oh, you telling me about Mount Bayou. I've been to about Mount Bayou. All right, chat. Y'all quiet, and I'm quiet. It's fine. Enjoy the replay. This joint is already 4 hours long. We did it another night. There's some of y'all that came in late, so I'm pretty sure y'all want to catch up on the replay. Yeah, we have 4 hours and 13 minutes. I appreciate y'all coming through. We are out of here. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Patreon. Make sure you guys are subscribed on this channel. We're going to be doing more. Next week looks a little bit more free for me, so we will be doing more streams. I apologize I couldn't stream to you guys as much as I wanted this week, but in between all of the research that I had to do for my clients, as well as technical difficulties as it pertains to my internet connection, I just couldn't get to you guys, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate everybody that came through tonight. Cliff, Glasgow, Memphis, Goldstein, who else? Jason, of course, the Angry Intellectual. My boy Steph, thank you for coming through, bro. I appreciate it. Sammy, of course, coming through. OPC Mall, thank you for coming through. SJM, thank you for coming through. And JV the Great, thank y'all for coming through, man. I appreciate it. You already know it means the world to me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you was here with me tonight. So thank y'all for coming through. Thank y'all for listening to me rant. What else? Oh, yeah. So shout out to my nation. If you guys don't know, we have Hotep Con coming September. Oh, man, I'm a bad president because I'm fucking up. Hold on. Let me get y'all right. Hold on. Go to my man. Well, let's see if we can do Hotep Con first. We could just do that. Cause I know Hotep Con has its own page. Oh, look at me. My terrible grouping. Look at my boys. Hotep Con. So they not going So hold on. This is all 2024, man. Where's 2025? I couldn't make it last year. I was tight. They had that shit in Miami. I wanted to go, but I had shit to do. I couldn't do it. I was stuck where I was at. Okay, we ain't got time for this shit, man. Let me just go to HJ's page because I want to give a nice plug to Hotep Con. Even though I'm sure 100% of y'all know about Hotep Con already, I want to make sure that y'all are actually formally invited by the president himself. And I know this is going to be a tall task because this nigga, he tweet more than a little bit. Oh, damn, it's not even going to load up. Damn. Oh, this is ass. All right. Hotep Con is in September. I want to say it's like the 14th to the 18th or something like that, but I can't. Can you search? No, remove this follower. No, not that. Damn, Sean. I knew I'd be able to find it if they would let me just go through his media, but it won't let me. It's all good, though. On the next stream, I'll get the flyer and all of that stuff. All right, so I appreciate you guys. Understand you can't have the future. Oh, let me make sure I go to my page. Make sure it's loading correctly. All right. Understand. Hey, why is it not loading now? There we go. Okay. Make sure that I can. 12th to the 14th. Thank you so much, Heather. Jeez Louise. I was trying to find it. It won't load up. Hotep Con, Savannah, Georgia, September 12th to the 14th. I'm going to be there. Okay, so if you want to learn and get these conversations up close and personal, I will be there. If you have a problem with me, keep your fucking problems outside of Hotep Con because we will fucking Peter roll you in that. Don't come over there thinking that you about to fuck with me because I don't even like telling people my locations and shit like that. But for all of those who love Hotep, who love Hotep Dubes, who love Hotep Jesus, Uncle Hotep, and Hotep Nation in general, make sure you guys are buying your tickets right now for Hotep Con, September 12th through the 14th. I will be there. HJ will be there. Canon Hotep will be there. Uncle Hotep will be there. We're going to have an amazing time. You feel me? We're going to turn up. You know what I'm saying? So come out and party and fellowship and get with the Hoteps. Savannah, Georgia, September 12th through the 14th. Get your tickets. All right. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot have the future without the present, and you cannot have the present without the past. We do not study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present to make sure that we can positively affect our future. Thank you guys for watching. And as always,